Alabama over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts. And remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. Final thought of the day. Remember, we're live at 7 a.m. in the morning, 7 to 11 with our live show tomorrow. Our final thought, though, is brought to you by our friends with Pradco Outdoor Brands. Until December 31st, you still have a chance to get that signature hunting holiday bundle. Save 40% with the Pradco Outdoor Brands signature hunting holiday bundle. That includes a trail camera, deer feeder, hand warmer, and scent elimination spray from your favorite hunting brands. You can know them, or you know the names, right? You know Moultrie, you know Summit, and you know Decode by Code Blue. Well, all of them have contributed to the bundle, and they can also help you right now. Save 40% through December 31st on that bundle. Just go to their websites, either the Moultrie site, the Summit site, or the Code Blue website to take advantage of that discount. And free shipping on all bundles as well. Save that 40% right now on the Moultrie, Summit, and Code Blue bundle right now from our friends at Pradco through December 31st. Okay, final minute of the show here. Monday Night Football tonight. We've got Dolphins and Saints. No meaningful basketball tonight. And the teams are practicing over in Dallas and the Orange Bowl down in Miami. Miami's a hotbed right now of pandemic COVID positive tests, which Kirby Smart brought up during his part of the news conference when they arrived there. Do you think we have any problems from either one of the semifinals with this COVID?
No, they're not testing asymptomatic players. So I don't know how bad the symptoms would have to get for you to actually get a test.
Yeah, I think
Lance and I might get tested right now.
Yeah, they might test us. But, yeah, I agree with Brown. I think that they're going to push through.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. And Alabama, I can't speak for every other school. I do know Alabama's operating in a bubble. I mean, they were supposed to, as a team, go to the Cowboys game last night, did not go.
Yep.
So they're in a bubble.
Yeah, that's what's happening in Dallas. Hopefully we're there tomorrow for the show. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we're live from Dallas, Texas. And I forgot what it was like to do a show before the sun came up. But here we are, the Dallas skyline behind us. And we're in the Omni Hotel, the media hotel of the Cotton Bowl, the 86 Cotton Bowl. Ryan Brown, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor in the Next Round studios as we get going today. A special time today and a special time Friday because of the Auburn and Alabama kick times and a big day of bowl action. A lot to get to that happened here in Dallas yesterday. We'll do that over the next 4 hours. Of course, we'll get you ready for the Auburn game over the next 4 hours. They kick at 11 o'clock. But we got to start with the breaking news that is going on this morning, and it was starting to happen last night in college football on several fronts. Away from the college football playoffs, Lance, I'll start with you and bring you in. Ohio State, we talked yesterday on the show about the fans not buying into the Rose Bowl. Well, here we are now where a trio of their biggest players saying, we're not going to play in the Rose Bowl. They have opted out. That includes Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson. Your initial thoughts on Ohio State's big NFL players saying for sure they're heading to the NFL and they're not playing in the Rose Bowl?
Well, Dunaway, my initial thoughts are, can I go back on my fact or fiction? Because
Yes, both of us. Yeah. I thought the same thing, Lance. I gotta change my pick.
You asked us whether or not we thought it was a fact that Utah could pull off this upset, and we both went, that would be fiction just based on the talent that is out there. We weren't buying the fact that just because Ohio State fans might not show up, the players weren't buying in. Look, this number hasn't dropped much, though. It's gone from 7.5. It dipped down to 6. I think it was 6.5 when we talked yesterday. But now this number's only 5. But those are big losses. With Olave and Wilson out, Haskell Garrett is one of the best defensive linemen in college football. I still think they've got the talent to beat Utah. I still lean they beat Utah. But it's a much more competitive game now.
Yeah, I mean, it is. We asked this question the other day. Does the Rose Bowl still matter to the players? You made the point in a way that 33%, a third of their tickets is what the Ohio State fans returned. And that was concerning because this is normally such a big deal to Ohio State fans. And I said, well, it doesn't bleed down to the team, though. It still means something to play in the Rose Bowl when you're an Ohio State football player. Clearly, it does not. I mean, not for all Ohio State football players. I mean, it's not like all of them are opting out. So, I mean, I'm with Lance now. I'm all Ute, man. Give me the Utes on this one.
Well, I'll be honest, LT and Brady. Sometimes the landmine falls ass backwards into things. I had assumed already that Olave and Garrett Wilson wasn't playing. That's why
Why did you assume that?
I thought they'd already opted out. Over the holidays, you forget who's opted out. I mean, it happens so many people, and I don't even really read the headlines anymore. If it's not a playoff game, I'm like, I'm just assuming that if you're a top pick, you're not going to play in these games anymore. That's where we are in 2021. So I was shocked to see that this was developing news this morning, that they were out of the Rose Bowl. I just thought they weren't playing already, which is why I was shocked yesterday. You guys still went with Ohio State. It'll still be a good game. But I like where Utah is headed and what they have done. So that's one of the big developing stories. The other is it's on the COVID front. And it's good news, I guess. The CDC changing yesterday the amount of time we're supposed to stay when you test positive in quarantine. It went from 10 days down to 5 days. And on the backdrop of that, yesterday, Georgia announcing that quarterback JT Daniels and George Pickens are both out of protocol, and they're coming back and they're ready to join the team in preparations for Michigan and to get ready, and they will be able to play Friday in the other college football playoff game. So I'll start with you, Lance. The possibility now of George Pickens contributing even more, made a big catch in the Alabama SEC championship loss, and the possibility of JT Daniels being there and ready to go if needed. I assume you still think it's Stetson Bennett start to finish. But having JT at least there on the sidelines got to be a little comforting for Georgia fans going into this one.
Yeah, look, we didn't see Stetson against Alabama, and I don't expect to see Stetson Bennett, barring some kind of injury against Michigan. But I think George Pickens could be a factor. This is a guy that came back against Georgia Tech. He had the one grab. You mentioned he had the 37-yard grab against Alabama. He can be a difference maker on the outside. I don't think there's any doubt about it. I do think it's amazing that we went all this time. Wasn't it 14 days? Then we go 10 days. Now we go 5 days. It's like we're learning on the fly as we go through this. But this is a good thing.
The thing, yeah, it is. I mean, I'm glad it's shortened. The speculation I read is that even though the CDC has shortened it, there may be no adjustments made in the college football playoff. Like, they're insane if they don't adjust it after this round. Don't you think?
Oh yeah, moving forward, yes.
I mean, like between the semifinals and the national championship game, if they don't say after Saturday or Friday semifinal game, all right, we're 5 days now.
Right.
I mean, they're insane if they don't do that.
Again, I would assume we're just not we're not testing the college football playoff players anymore at this point.
I think you're probably right about that.
I mean, money grab and all, unless you're sick, you're not getting tested. But those are the two big stories as we get going today, and we'll jump into what happened here yesterday as we broadcast live from Dallas. We are live. If you're just popping up, we're not usually live at this time. We're a 9-to-1 show. We'll go back to being a 9-to-1 show tomorrow, and on Thursday we'll do one more 7 to 11, and then maybe do 9 to 1 the rest of the history of the next round. More on that in just a second. But part of the show being brought to you by Tom Beckby, Browns guy who gets you ready for hunting season in a special way.
That's right. For years, the people at Tom Beckby were searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city. Tom Beckby's people couldn't find one, so they decided to make their own. They designed that first jacket back in 2015. They've continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment. You could see it for yourself in the Tom Beckby store in the Mountain Brook Village, or online, tombeckby.com. That's BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
Okay, we did a interview yesterday with Slade Bolden, presented by our friends at Dr. Pepper. That is up on our YouTube channel. We sent it out from Twitter. Make sure you join us every day for that. Brownie, you'll be talking with Slade Bolden. It's a player's diary presented by Dr. Pepper every day on what went on with the team behind the scenes. Slade gives you the inside, and that is up for you to consume all week long, 24 hours a day. Very interesting interview. Lance, I bring that up only to tell you is that we get our bags from Love Field here, the airport in Dallas that Southwest flies into. We get into a big Suburban. I went high-end and got us an Uber Suburban
high-end
to make us feel like Secession as they picked us up from the airport and wheel us down here to the Omni. No shiv in the SUV, by the way. And so we get here. By the time we check into the rooms and start testing this and do the interview with Slade Bolden, uplink and everything, no dinner for us. And then by the time we're up into the room and asleep, it is 12:45 for me. I don't know when Brown went to sleep. So 12:45 to me. Alarm goes at 4:45 this morning. And I instantly think, who the hell came up with this plan? And then I looked at him in the mirror and said, Dunaway, why did you plan on 7 a.m.? I have forgotten what it's like, LT, to do a show with no sunshine up yet. Their sun hasn't risen here in Dallas yet. How do you feel about getting up before the sun?
I think it was a selfish move. I know you want to go get settled somewhere and watch this Auburn game, but I could have watched it right here in studio.
Yeah,
that's a selfish move by me. It was we wanted to try something. This is a learning on the curve. I don't know if we'll do it again, but our listeners.
Well, we will Friday.
Yeah, we'll do it Friday.
We could have done the show at 2:00 today. You know that, right?
That's right. True. Could have done it post Auburn. Why did we not do that? 2 to 6.
That is. You said in every meeting I do. You could. That's a great idea. It's a brilliant idea. You could have done that. Wow, that would have been smart. But hey. Hats off to the Farm Folio chat room this morning. Scott and Melanie, Dave, Jeff B, Brett, all of you folks over there, Joey, Chris, Michael, thank you guys. Jack, thanks for being up with us so early this morning, getting going on your drive in. And some of you, for the first time, who listen to us on the app, on replay, going to work in the mornings, you're catching us live again, and it feels like old times. How long did we do that? How long did we wake up before the
3
sun
years.
And start doing the show?
It was 3 years.
Oh, I figured Lance would have a full
You saw it down to the days.
Down to the day, yeah. I expected Lance to say.
I mean, it was 38 months. I don't know the exact days, but
Yeah.
So,
I could
you're
give you that,
telling
but it
me
was
we
38
only
months.
we only did one contract
Yeah.
in the mornings?
Yeah.
Wow. It seemed longer. It seemed longer. Well, we knew when we moved to mornings, we didn't like it very early because it was so early.
It was early.
And here we are again for this day and coming up as well on Friday, just to get ready for the day, and then we'll crank it back up. Brett, who drives the truck all over America, and says, "Heck, I've been up since 5 a.m. this morning." Chris is off until Friday, and then he's back to work. A lot of people are off this week, and we appreciate you riding along with us today. We got a lot to talk to. I'll tell you about what went on here. And we'll talk to Stan White coming up in our next segment in just a moment. But first, to remind you that if you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, the University of Montevallo is that location. If you don't know anything about Montevallo or want to learn more, go to montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. It's an opportunity for your son or daughter to get an unbelievable education. Great sports, 21 NCAA Division II, fully funded scholarship sports with great facilities, a great experience there for your son or daughter who's an athlete. If you're just looking for a great education, 75 majors at a world-class institution. U.S. News and World Report says as far as tuition, price point, what you get in an education, you can't beat the University of Montevallo. Southern Living just raves about the campus. You can find out for yourself. Schedule that in-person tour right now at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. All right, LT and Brownie, yesterday was practice day, finally inside AT&T Stadium as the Cowboys turned it over after their Sunday night game, and finally allowed on a Monday both Alabama and Cincinnati to get into the practices and do it in front of the media if you're Cincinnati, and close the practice if you're Alabama. Now, we've sent out some photos, and Forrester's got some practice video of Alabama rolling, and you've got LT, a beautiful stadium, 80,000 strong, but this is a place that has become very familiar for Nick Saban, very successful in this building. Also, it's become very familiar for this football team. If you were on the team last year, you actually played in the Rose Bowl in this same stadium last year. It was crazy, but Alabama came back to Dallas because they're so familiar and so successful inside that building.
I don't know if Nick Saban's ever lost in that building, has he? I know
I don't think he's not lost there or Mercedes-Benz, has he?
Yeah, I think his first opponent was Michigan. I think it was
Yep.
What was our favorite what was the quarterback's name? Shoeless.
Oh, Shoelace?
Yeah, Shoelace.
Yeah, Shoelace Robinson?
Yep, Denard Robinson. That was the quarterback that Alabama played. That was in 2012. But I think that was Nick Saban's first trip there. But yeah, I don't think he's lost. I think he's 4-0 there.
Yeah, and most of them have been beat downs in this place. So we will see what happens this time. But Alabama got to get on the turf and go look. And you know, when you talk about practicing inside that facility, if you've never been in it, the first thing you do now, the halo in Mercedes-Benz is different. The new SoFi Stadium, I've yet to go to that one. But apparently the scoreboard, the signage, looking around is amazing, and then just the lighting and the way that looks. But when you walk into this one, it's like, living in a trailer and having an 80-inch television on the wall. You walk in, and the first thing you notice is just the oversized television, and the big screen is something you got to get used to seeing yourself up on the screen. In fact, if you go back to the Sunday night game, it is what everybody in the stadium is watching, because after their punches on the sidelines, every time they kept showing it on the big screen and showing them on the sidelines, you'd hear the crowd of 80,000 reacting to them being up there and the punches being thrown on the screen. So LT and Brownie, just getting used to the facilities and the sight lines and all of that. That's what yesterday was about. It was a normal Tuesday practice for these guys.
Well, I remember as a fan going to that first game. And people, and you probably heard this before you guys went to Jerry World for the first time. Hey, look, don't get so used to try to watch what's on the field. Don't watch what's on that board. And it's nearly impossible to not get away from that. And from a player's perspective, were people not hitting that oversized above scoreboard like on some of the punts early on?
Yes. Yeah. In fact, that was the first thing you tried to do, right?
Yeah, I think one of the punters actually tried to do it in the first game. It was an opposing punter. It wasn't a Cowboys punter.
Yeah.
And Jerry Jones got pissed at him.
Yeah, when you get there in practice, that is,
Yeah.
you don't tell anybody you're doing it except your buddies, but you're sitting there, you're trying to bomb one up there and hit the scoreboard.
Because Lance, I think they can also try to get it up between the scoreboards, and it kind of disappears from the returner's view, and it can affect the return if they can get it just right, if they're kicking from the right spot in the field. But you're right, press box level where we sit, Lance, is eye level with those scoreboards, and you have to make yourself look at the field. You really do.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you end up sitting here and you're just amazed by the scoreboard. Joey in the Farmfolio chat room, why are the Cincinnati players so small? You see the video running in the practice. I mean, this has happened all the way back to the origin of our show. If you go back to 2009 season, the 2010, when we all first did our show together, I was amazed at how big the Alabama players were compared to the Texas players. And you get that a lot when you have Alabama playing, especially these semifinal games against the non-SEC, non-Ohio State, non-Clemson teams. It is a difference when it's Alabama, Washington, Alabama, Michigan State, and in this case, Alabama and Cincinnati. The players do look a little bit different. All right, we're got Stan White standing by, getting you ready for an Auburn game yesterday for the 15th annual Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl. They made the announcement, official sellout for the first Birmingham Bowl to be played inside Protective Stadium. So what a great job by Auburn fans and Houston fans, but Auburn fans and Birmingham citizens for selling out Protective Stadium. They get a chance to do that. And they get a chance to watch Auburn today at 11 o'clock. We'll talk to Stan White about the Tigers as Auburn Nation makes their way downtown, coming up on the show in the next segment, which is brought to you in part today, LT, by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Mortgage Right getting you ready for a new year and maybe a refinance in 2022 if you need some of your cash back.
Yeah, make sure you check out our friends at Mortgage Right. They can help you put some extra money in your pocket. The holidays, they're here. You might be wondering how you can make a little extra money. Well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they have got a great solution. Mortgage Right can help turn the equity into cash in your pocket with a cash-out refinance. Reach out today for a free home health check to see if a cash-out refi is right for you. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times, 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration, 205-637-0143.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Find your next set of Michelin tires at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
The next round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on the next round.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the next round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the next round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round as we continue on today, live from Dallas. The sun's starting to break here. Stan White in just a second. Chris in the Farmfolio chat room, before Brownie tells you about Farmfolio, he asked the question, who's filling in for John Mechie in practice? According to reports, you're getting a series of guys working there, including Holden, Brooks, and Hall. And they're going to replace Mechie by committee. It's a big role because he's such a go-to guy for Bryce Young. A big injury for Alabama as they get ready to go coming up. Farmfolio is where you're chatting today. If you're watching us live on YouTube and all of our video platforms, you can also do it on Twitter at Next Round Live, Brownie.
Yeah, and if you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net. Stan White, the former Auburn quarterback, now analyst on the Auburn Sports Network, is up early today. Stan's normally not awake right now. But he is. No, it is. He's awake. He's on the Pepsi hotline right now because he's headed to the Auburn game. What's up, Stan?
Doing great, guys. How are you? Good morning from Protective Stadium.
Yeah, is it the first opportunity you've had to go to Protective Stadium?
It is. It's my first time here. Of course, I've been down around the area quite a bit over the last year or so. But yeah, it's my first time in the stadium. Not really nice stadium, and yeah, looking forward to a game today. Early kick, 11 a.m. on the air at 8 a.m.
No doubt about that. And please, if you have to go away and do a commercial break for the Auburn Network, you don't go on the air at 8. Has that been the thing that's changed most in your broadcasting career? I mean, the pregame shows get longer and longer, I think. And I don't even think you guys are the longest in the SEC. I mean, some go all day long. You guys do a solid 3 hours.
Yeah, it's that is. I mean, I guess if you can sell the advertising, you go on longer and longer, right? You got to pay the bills, so to speak. But yeah, it's we're 3 hours. Several do 3.5. Some do from location somewhere else, but usually at home. We're in our Tiger Tailgate stage outside, and then of course on the road we're in the booth for 3 hours. But yeah, it's It does. I mean, some I think Houston maybe only has about an hour or 30-minute pregame, which sometimes that would probably be nice as well. But yeah, we go 3 hours. So we were here with the security people this morning.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I remember Mr. Fife and them. It felt like they just came on the air, did the lineups, took a break, came back, and clicked that thing off back in the day. So we look forward to that coming up on the Auburn Network today with our buddy Stan White as Auburn gets ready in a sold-out stadium. And Stan, I was talking to Justin Hokanson on the show yesterday. Everybody loves going to Jordan-Hare Stadium for a game, and the goal is never to be in the Birmingham Bowl and all that, but to be an Auburn fan, an Auburn family member who lives in Birmingham, and there are so many of them, just to have the opportunity to go have a reunion with the Auburn family and go watch an Auburn football game, just drive 15 minutes to do it, enjoy the day, and then go home and be home in 15 minutes. I think that's one of the reasons why the stadium is packed. You have a lot of Auburn fans right in the area who want to go to the stadium today and see Auburn play football and just make a quick day of it.
Yeah, and it is. It's going to be a nice day for late December. Should be partly cloudy, but it'll be in the 60s and a very slight chance of rain. I think it's maybe going to hold off till tomorrow. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's we were here a handful of years ago against Memphis and had a big win, but this one at Protective Stadium, I think people are excited about being down here. I mean, this is a beautiful stadium. It's really a growing part of town, and I think that has a lot to do with it because most people like myself who live here 15 minutes away, this may be their first time to come down to the stadium. And I'm looking forward to my family coming over here today and making a day out of it. And for me personally, I mean, if you're in the broadcast business and this would be considered not at home, a home because it's a bowl game or whatever, then I like the early morning kickoffs. Other than getting up at 5 a.m., like you said, and meeting up with the crew, 15-minute drive is not too bad. But yeah, I mean, obviously the goals are you ended the season not the way you wanted on a 4-game skid and had a really, really tough loss, which, for 59 minutes you had, one of the best teams in America, on the ropes. And so, for this to be able to kind of try to rebound and see what happens, you don't have a lot of new faces. And that's the way bowl season is these days, whether it be with COVID cancellations, guys opting out to get ready for the draft. This is more of a kickoff for the next season, as the bowl season is, if you're not in the playoffs, so to speak. So, it's going to be a good time for these younger faces to be able to get out there and play and show what they can do going into the offseason.
Stan White is with us, the analyst on the Auburn Sports Network, former Auburn quarterback. They hit the air at 8 o'clock. Stan's with us on the Pepsi hotline. In a game like this, when you're Brian Harsin, how difficult do you think it is to balance giving the seniors that opportunity to go out for a win and, try to end their career the way you want them to end it, but also get a look at guys are coming back next year that could play a critical role, Stan, and this is your last chance to see them in live action until the start of next year. I mean, is that a tough balance for a guy early in his role like Brian Harsin?
Well, here's the thing. And the one thing I've learned about Brian Harsin over the last, maybe 6 or 8 months, close to a year now he's been at Auburn, is the guy wants to win. The guy, I mean, that's the bottom line with him is he wants to win. He knows what his job is, and he has that drive. And first and foremost, you can get clouded with a lot of things about, hey, who plays here, who plays there. Well, he's going to put the people on the field that that maybe give them a better chance, the best chance to win the football game. Other than that, is a lot of it is just, hey, fluff. I mean, the ultimate goal is to go out and win no matter what game you're playing in. And yeah, will you see some new faces, maybe some new looks? Absolutely, you will. I mean, you have to, because you guys like Jacoby, who's opted to stay out, Roger McCreary, an All-American. I mean, you're going to have some new faces in there. And these are, and he'll tell you this is their time to step up and show that they can be trusted, whatever position they're playing. So you may see, TJ Finley, obviously starting quarterback, but you may see Demetrius Davis you may see someone else. Of course, that's the thing about a bowl game is it gives you a chance to practice and rep some guys that maybe not getting reps for the Georgias and the Alabamas of the world, but also ultimately his goal is to go out there. I'm going to prepare you to go out there and try to win a game. And this is very important, to kick off the offseason.
Stan, for the Auburn fans who are on the way to the stadium today, maybe asking the question, what changed about this team after beating really good Arkansas, really good Ole Miss? to what happened down the stretch. If you could put your finger on one thing for this team that changed from that moment on October 30th down at Jordan Hare when we were watching the fireworks go off and Brian Harsin high-fiving the student section and all that on his way off the field to ending up the way the season ended, what happened? What happened down the stretch?
You know, it's hard to put one single thing on it, but I guess I go back to they just could not finish. It wasn't that they forgot how to, because they did just that. Against Arkansas, when Arkansas was ranked, I believe 16 or 17 of the nation when they went to Fayetteville, and it was back and forth, and they pulled away and won that. But then you started seeing a little bit of glimpse of it against Ole Miss at home. Now they get a good lead and they held on to it, but if you look back at that game, the second half was not a good second half for the offense. The defense played really well. I mean, against a very, very good Lane Kiffin offense. And they finished out and won that game. But then you saw some of those cracks in that game where they just offense kind of sputtered and couldn't hang on. But then you go to the Mississippi State game. You get a 28-3 lead, and you lose that one. And then it just kind of snowballed. The South Carolina game, I actually was talking with Andy Burcham, a play-by-play partner. We were talking about the South Carolina game. And then for 2 years in a row, that South Carolina game has just not been a good game for the Auburn Auburn football team. And that one we went over there and just lost to Auburn. Auburn probably beats them 8 out of 10 times, 9 out of 10 times. But that last 2 years, they have had that one time that they just had Auburn's number. And so, of course, in the Alabama game, Auburn just played a phenomenal defensive effort game. Really the first and only time I've seen that Bryce Young was really not as comfortable as that guy's cool as ice. But for about 59 minutes against Auburn, they had him going. I mean, he was throwing off his back foot. He wasn't able to step into throws. He was the first time I've seen him be uncomfortable. But he made the plays he had to win the game, and that's a tribute to him. That's why he's Heisman Trophy winner. But so it's hard. I guess the biggest thing is they just could not finish those games. I mean, there were several they had opportunities to win, within plays of being 8 or 9, maybe 10 wins, and all of a sudden you're at 6-6, and it's just that fine of a line between losing and winning.
Stan White is with us on the Pepsi Hotline. Stan, I think Dana Holgorsen, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he say he got kicked out of the Mike Leach tree because he ran the ball too much? But it's still it's got some of those principles, and it's something Auburn obviously struggled with against Mike Leach. How difficult is this system for Auburn's defense to handle? Will it help that they've faced a version of it at least against Mike Leach earlier this year?
Well, and here's the thing about Mike Leach's offense. He ran the ball a lot more. Statistically, it didn't look like it because several of his runs were basically side passes, and they go down as a completion or a pass. But basically, it was a quick pitch. And so when you look at the statistic, it looks like they throw 65 times and maybe run it 20. Well, they actually probably run it more like 35 or 40 times. They're just quick little pitches out of the backfield that become a completion. If you're a quarterback, you love that. I get a statistic for going 1 for 1 and tossing it 3 yards. So that's a pretty easy completion run. Even I can complete that, and so. But that's the thing, I think Auburn's. Of course, Jacoby's out, but Auburn. If there's a strong point to Auburn right now, I believe their defensive front is pretty intact, and that's one area they're going to have to be very good at today with their defensive front. And you may see some more 3 and maybe 4 down today, as opposed to more of a 3 look, like Derek Mason likes to multiple it in some. They did a little bit more 4 look as well against Alabama, and it seemed to work really well.
All right, here's Stan White. You'll hear him with Andy Burcham, Ronnie Brown, the entire gang there on the Auburn Sports Network. They get it cranking in just a few minutes, 8 o'clock down at Protective Stadium for Auburn, Houston, the Birmingham Bowl. Stan, we greatly appreciate the time all season long, and hope you enjoy the game today.
My pleasure, guys. Y'all take care. Be safe, okay?
All right, buddy. You too, man. Thanks a lot. Stan White with us on the Pepsi Hotline as Auburn gets ready to take on Houston.
And a reminder for everyone who may be going to the Auburn game or whatever, once the Auburn game is done today, you can hit us up on our YouTube channel or all of our video platforms only, not the audio stream on the app, but video platforms only. We'll have a reaction show coming up later today, brought to you by all of our presenting sponsors from here at the Cotton Bowl and the playoff semifinals. So that includes our friends at Dr. Pepper with Wayne's Pest Services, also Culver's, also Champy's Chicken, and also Hemp Hill Services. All those 5 presenting sponsors will bring us a post-game reaction to Auburn and more of setting the table here from the Goodyear Cotton Bowl for the playoff semifinals here in Dallas. So that today, at the conclusion of the Auburn football game, we'll be back live here on all of our platforms to get you some live reaction to what we see happen with Auburn in Houston. And it's a great point that Stan brings up there, that it's an opportunity. And I've said this for a long time now, since we started with the opt-outs. This is if you're not in the playoffs, this is the opportunity to see players, if you're a fan and if you're a coaching staff, who can make an impact for you next year. You know what you have with Tank Bigsby. You know what you have with Jarquez Hunter, right? Those guys will play. They'll play big parts. You know what you have with TJ Finley. But, what's it like? What's TJ like when it's his team, when Bo Nix isn't there anymore, even injured, when Bo's off in Eugene, Oregon, and it's his locker room now? It'll be interesting to see TJ Finley or Davis and what role he gets today. Some of the younger guys, I mean, this was a veteran Auburn defense. To see younger guys on that defense, guys you can count on, maybe guys you're like, hey, we got to go find an answer. We got to find somebody maybe in the portal, or count on a freshman next year because that guy maybe isn't good enough to do it. Or maybe, hey, that guy is growing into a star. Today would be an exciting day if I'm an Auburn fan to see what 2022 and just a snapshot of that.
Yeah, but to what I talked to Stan about, though, also, if you're Brian Harsin, you want to try to win the game. You got to balance it somehow because, like Stan said, Brian Harsin wants to win games. Well, maybe the way you win a few more games in 2022 is by identifying some of these guys at the end of 2021 that, with the lights on, live bullets, they know what they're doing, right? And this is your last chance to do that. You can't do that in a spring game. You do a little bit of it. But when it's true action, this is a chance to get some guys in there that you normally wouldn't play. I think we're going to see D. Davis today. The speculation from Hook yesterday was 2 to 3 series. This is your last chance to see him in that situation. Why would you not do it? Like, I get that Brian Harsin, and it's a different story here with Nick Saban. I mean, this is different. But when you're just playing in a normal bowl game like this, I get that you want to win the game, and I get that you want to try to send your seniors out who've given a lot to the program with a win. But ultimately, what do you know about D. Davis, Dunaway? What have you seen in D. Davis?
It looked good in the 8-day game.
Yep.
Really fast running the ball. Had a pretty good arm.
Could he be the starter next year?
I don't know enough about him. I'd love to see him, see what he looks like.
I mean, do you think Brian Harsin knows if he could be the starter next year?
I don't know if he does.
And I don't think 3 series are going to tell you that, but it at least gets you something on film. So, I mean, I just think that's the balance you got to have in these bowl games. And you feel an obligation to your fans because Auburn fans are going to drive down there and they're going to sit in that stadium and whatever the weather will be in Birmingham today. And, they've spent their money to be there. And when it's a longer trip, like you're down in Florida or something like that, you really feel like you got an obligation to them. But ultimately, you got to do what is best for your team. And if it's the best thing for your team is to try to get some of these other guys ready today, I think it's what you got to do.
Every Alabama, Auburn, UAB fan watching right now, though, remembers the Music City Bowl. And Joey Gatewood came in there and looked fantastic.
That's right.
Never sniffed the starting.
Couldn't even play
job.
at Kentucky.
Yeah, never sniffed the starting job. So
yeah.
Even though you look good in the series or a little bit, doesn't mean you're going to turn into a star coming up in 2022.
And that's the other thing. And we do this every year. As the collective media do this every year. Team has a good bowl game, and boy, we say, man, look at that momentum that's propelled them into next year. They have a bad bowl game. We do the opposite. That's a bad way to finish the year. I don't think it adds up that way. I mean, I think these coaches approach it differently. Each coach approaches it differently because you're right. I mean, that Joey Gatewood game, as I remember it, right, it was the Music City Bowl against Purdue where Auburn ran Purdue out of the building. We never saw that out of him again.
LT and I were talking the other day about the momentum, though. The last time they played the Birmingham Bowl before today, Cincinnati was in it. They won it. And they've, won 22 of 23 and on a pretty good run all the way here to Dallas and the college football playoffs. In fact, that the last 50 games for Cincinnati, they won 44 of them. and we'll talk more about the winning tradition. You'll hear from a couple of Cincinnati Bearcats before the show's over with, but good to catch up with Stan White as Auburn goes today at 11 o'clock, sold out Protective Stadium, 47,100 strong. First hard sellout in stadium history happened today, 11 o'clock, for an Auburn game against Houston in the 15th Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl. And hats off to the folks who run the Birmingham Bowl. When the bowl started, it got some complaints. Like in the old days, the bowl was run by a local organization, the old Hall of Fame Bowl and the All-American Bowl, and this was going to be a bowl that was a ESPN property, and we just didn't know how long, if it was going to be a 1-year bowl, a 2-year bowl, how long it would actually be in Birmingham and at Legion Field. And it did 14 years at Legion Field, and it's going strong. The 15th anniversary of the Birmingham Bowl today, thriving here in Birmingham and going with a sellout. There won't be many sellouts, won't be many crowds of 47,000 in bowl games this year. So the Birmingham Bowl with a good TV slot at 11 o'clock today with Auburn and Houston playing that one. And I hope you guys all enjoyed the pep rally, Auburn fans, last night down in Uptown. It was quite the scene. When we come back, what Alabama did yesterday here in Dallas. Forrester has that queued up. You'll see that. And we'll talk more about the landscape of the semifinals as we roll on. Part of the show today being brought to you by Nichols Outfitters. Nichols Outfitters getting you ready for that next outing.
Yeah, that's right. If you've got an outdoorsman in your family, this is the place to go. Take them there and enjoy what they've got there at Nichols Outfitters. They'll love it, let me tell you, because they got the best firearm showroom in the state, the best bow technical team anywhere. Nichols Outfitters has the inventory and expertise to get you just what you're looking for this hunting season. Off exit 242 in Pelham or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
On Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique you may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Bring LT back into the conversation here. He's back in our Next Round studios, the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios in Birmingham, high atop the Blue Lake Center, as we go live with you now on this Tuesday morning, game day for Auburn, going at 11 o'clock. And LT, before we talk about the mailroom, a great experience happened here yesterday, and it's not the same, but I know all of us have, with children, have had some time to deal with, kids at Children's Hospital and charities and stuff. And I want you to take a look of Alabama during their virtual tour yesterday of Children's Hospital in Dallas. This is something that the college football playoffs do at all the sites. They visit the Children's Hospital, but they can't do it in person right now because of the pandemic going on. And just always a great scene to see, the Alabama players out in the public, or in this case, virtually working with the kids. It's one of those neat things that we've all seen, LT, over the years on these bowl trips.
Yeah, pretty awesome. And I think it lets you appreciate what you've got, and for these guys to be able to give back to the community. And, in the bowl trip, it's a lot of fun, but at the same time, you do things like this, and it's great for the community.
Yep, and we've seen over the years on some bowl trips, maybe a day of work in the park, or doing some good deeds in cities. So, we talk about maybe, an antiquated system, the bowls, but the Cotton Bowl here for 86 years now, since 1937, they have they've done a lot of great work here in Dallas. And I'll tell you, there is nobody that does it better than these Cotton Bowl folks. We'll show you before the trip's over with the videos, the media room, and the setup that they have here, the hospitality rooms and stuff. It is some of the best in the business, and nobody gives the hospitality better than the Cotton Bowl, and that's why Nick Saban loves taking his team here to Dallas.
So
we love sending you great.
I was going to say, what do you think the better upgrade is? The Cotton Bowl from where it was right there in the fairgrounds to where it is now in Arlington, or going from Legion Field to where you are now in Birmingham?
Because I've never been inside the Cotton Bowl, Lance. Have you been inside the actual Cotton Bowl?
No.
I went to a Texas A&M Cotton Bowl game.
You did?
Yeah.
A Texas A&M Cotton Bowl game?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
I was dating a girl that lived in Plano, and it was cold as heck. I worked in Lexington at the time, and Kentucky didn't go to bowl games.
Dunaway. This is the most Dunaway thing ever, Lance. Did you hear that?
Yeah,
he was working in Lexington, dating a girl that lived in Plano, Texas.
We met on a pontoon.
This is before the internet. How did you meet a girl in Plano?
A college friend of mine was her roommate, and she had moved here to Texas, and we ended up doing a weekend on a pontoon boat, and then I came back for a New Year's Eve party, and had New Year's Eve, passed out in the front yard, woke up, it was sleeting and snowing, and we went to the Cotton Bowl that day.
Sounds romantic. I wish Dunaway would have lived in a time where we had dating apps, or would have dated during a time we had dating apps. I can't even
Really?
imagine.
You would have liked it.
Well, can you imagine some of the stories?
Oh, no. I would like for you, though, real quick, Lance, because you're really good at that. Give me Dunaway's definition of dating a girl that lives in Plano, and then I want her definition of what it was. What was Dunaway's definition, do you think?
Dunaway's definition of dating a girl in Plano, they went to a Ruby Tuesdays. She drank too many Long Island iced teas. They ended up hooking up once. He fell in love. And her definition was, I made this major mistake by going to this TGI Fridays with this guy and having Long Island teas, and I wish he'd never call me again.
TGI Fridays.
This is exactly what happened. We came and met my college friends on a pontoon. They were 2 pontoon boats on a lake north of Dallas. I assume it's not the Red River, but in my head, it was the Red River. And we went up there and jumped on these pontoon boats with all the alcohol in the world. And we did Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then I went back to Lexington on this pontoon boat, and we had a great time. And we started, kissing on Thursday and danced all and swam and had a blast for 4 days, and went back and stayed long distance phone calls and came back for the New Year's Eve party, and then went to the Cotton Bowl. Not for long because it was cold as heck and I didn't care about the game and I was hungover. And then I pulled an LT, left at halftime, and then
all right,
never saw her.
Well, I want to answer Lance's question. Lance has got to tell us about the mailroom. Is that the one we were about to do there?
That was the
before
one
we
I
got
was trying to
hijacked? All right, Lance, do the mailroom real quick, and I do want to answer your question.
Okay, Mailroom would like to take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy new year. Make this holiday great with a fresh look from the Mailroom. After the challenges of the last couple of years, they are fully staffed, ready to serve. Call for your appointment or just drop by 205-995-4285. That's 205-995-4285. They're located in Inverness Corners in Valleydale, right there off of Highway 280. The Mailroom, helping the men of Birmingham look their best one visit at a time.
Okay, so what I was going to say is I've never been to inside the Cotton Bowl, but I've driven around it. And it was much, Legion Field was an old, dumpy stadium. But outside, it looked old, but not dumpy maybe. I don't know. I don't know how
Outside
I'm trying to
Legion
describe
Field
it.
or Cotton Bowl?
Legion Field. Yeah. Cotton Bowl, when I rode around it, it looked dumpy and it looked trapped in 1968.
Well, yeah,
it's like it's never updated at all.
Yeah, it was built, as part of the state fairgrounds.
Right.
And
but it's just like they never updated the outside to make it look anything but 1968.
That's exactly right.
It's like you still expect President Kennedy to be in there watching a game.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's a great description because that's the way it was on the inside.
Yeah, and I didn't feel that way about Legion Field. So, Lance, I would say the bigger, and Protective Stadium's nice. It's nowhere close to Jerry World.
Yeah.
So the bigger upgrade's probably the Cotton Bowl.
And the fact, LT, that, you've gone from being at one point relegated. It was a New Year's Day Bowl. And then when we moved to the BCS, the Cotton Bowl got left behind, remember, because it was the Rose, the Fiesta, the Sugar, and the Orange. So the Cotton Bowl sort of got relegated. And then when we got back into the playoffs and New Year's Six bowl games, the Cotton Bowl ascended again back to being one of the major bowl games. But for a brief moment, it was that tier below the 4 major bowl games. So I think the Cotton Bowl has upgraded more than the Birmingham Bowl, without a doubt. Just the status in the game. This is where champions are crowned again. And it's a great location, and a place that. Nick Saban has great success, but Bear Bryant did not have great success at the Cotton Bowl. Wasn't always a great trip to Dallas for Coach Bryant. The trip yesterday to the virtual trip, Children's Hospital, part of what they did. You had a chance to talk to Slade Bolden yesterday. You get that on our Twitter feed and also on YouTube. Give us a snippet of what Slade told you last night in your one-on-one daily diary with him, presented by our friends at Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, it basically – what they went through last year at this very place, it feels so familiar to all the guys that were part of this team last year. They've already done this once. Same hotel, same stadium, same exact setup. They thought it was going to be different this year. They thought they were going to be able to go to the Cowboys-Washington game the other night. They thought they were going to be able to get out and see the sites that are just outside the hotel here in Dallas. They thought it was going to be different, but it's the same as last year. They've gotten here. They've entered the hotel there. They're in a bubble. and they leave to practice. They do everything else virtually. They are a nation unto themselves right now, and they are uniquely prepared for this because they've done it in this exact same setup. And you listen to Slade Bolden talk, this feels really, really familiar to them, and they reacted to it well last year.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, the team hotel for Alabama, not here at the Omni. It's about halfway between here and Arlington and AT&T Stadium, back where we came from when we landed out here. So that's where the Alabama team is located. Cincinnati has their own team hotel. And, we'll continue sort of the same thing. More practices today, more interviews today, virtual interviews today for the Alabama and Cincinnati teams as we get ready to do the Cotton Bowl coming up 2:30 on Friday. All right, LT, as we get to the top of the hour, still to come on the show, Clay Travis is with us, and he'll be with us at 10 o'clock. Trash is heading your way at 9:25. We'll get to more of the college football news and notes and some of the big topics that we're facing heading into the Bama-Cincinnati game in the next segment, but part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Gutter Cap.
823-2212, write that number down. Cap it, don't snap it. The last thing you want to do is clean out the dirty gutters. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out. You can eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. My good friend Chris Stewart. Call him now, 205-823-2212, 45% off the retail price for January installs. GutterCapBirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it, 823-2212.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The holidays are approaching, and you might be wondering how you can make some extra money. Ryan Brown here for the next round. My friends at Mortgage Right have a great solution. If your home's equity is the size of Santa's waist belt, then Mortgage Right can help you turn that equity into cash in your pocket with a cash-out refinance. Reach out today for a free home health check to see if a cash-out refinance is right for you. MortgageRight.com/TNR. That's MortgageRight.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Find your next set of Michelin tires at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. How would you like to be responsible for ruining Christmas for millions of little boys and girls? If your roof isn't in good enough shape for Santa and his reindeer to land, you could mess up the entire schedule. For the sake of children all over the world, it's time to call Cardinal Roofing to have your roof inspected. Cardinal Roofing has more than 500 five-star reviews and can do most jobs in one day. And they can also finance your new roof. 205-900-ROOF, 205-900-7663. Mention you heard this on the Next Round and receive $100 off your next roof replacement. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Rolling on hour 2, live from Dallas, Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown. We're out here with the Crimson Tide as they get ready for the Cotton Bowl. You heard from Stan White in the first hour of the show. He's down at Protective Stadium as Auburn gets ready to wrap up their 2021 season in the 15th Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl. Sold out Protective Stadium today. That goes at 11 o'clock. Because of the 11 o'clock start, we started our show at 7 a.m. live today. Hour number 2 now. Still to come, Clay Travis with us at 10 o'clock in the final hour of the show. But this hour, the headlines are brought to you by the great folks at Michelson Laser Vision. When you're looking for the best when it comes to your eye care, you start with our friends at Michelson, LT.
Yes, if you've been procrastinating, thinking about getting LASIK surgery done, you don't know if you're a proper candidate, you need to call today, 969-8100, Michelson Laser Vision at UAB Highlands. Ask for Amy, tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. I did this almost 20 years ago. I found out I was a candidate. I was wasting money each and every year on the contacts and solution. Went in, got the procedure done. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
As far as the college football playoffs, Alabama and Cincinnati both practiced at AT&T Stadium yesterday. The news from Georgia down at the Orange Bowl is that JT Daniels and George Pickens have cleared their COVID protocol, and they are back with the team and ready to prepare for the Michigan game coming up in prime time after the Alabama-Cincinnati game on Friday in the other college football playoff semifinal. Auburn and Houston today at 11 in the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl. Auburn a slight favorite in that one, sold out. The pep rally last night down at Uptown Fun for the Auburn fans. You heard Stan White earlier. That's podcasted at nextroundlive.com. Former Auburn offensive coordinator and Troy head coach Chip Lindsey. LT, this is unique. I personally didn't think Chip and Gus Malzahn got along that great, but I guess I'm wrong. Chip Lindsey, who briefly went to FAU after losing his Troy head coaching job, is now the new offensive coordinator at Central Florida with Gus Malzahn. That surprises me a little bit. I don't know about you.
Yeah, a little bit. I guess familiarity, and I guess we all figure that Gus is still going to call his plays. But look, this was an analyst with the Tigers in 2013 when they made that run playing for a national championship. Was also an offense coordinator with Malzahn in 2017 when they won an SEC championship, played for an SEC championship. So I guess familiarity is why he brought him back.
Yeah, I'm shocked at that, though. I really am. I'm with Lance. I know there's some familiarity, but it didn't seem like great familiarity. That seemed like a bad marriage.
Good opportunity for Chip, though.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. I mean, it's a significant upgrade to go from OC at FAU. Is that what you said?
That's where I thought he was going to be.
Yeah, OC at FAU. Well, fired first of all. OC at FAU to OC at Central Florida is an upgrade. And, you know, I guess Troy's paying him a little bit not to be a coach there. He gets to go down, not pay state income tax like Gus.
Yep. And if you do a good job at UCF, it's a high profile job. Going to the Big 12, like LT's talking about, you do a good job there, it can lead to a bigger OC job down the road.
Just ask Jeff Levy.
Yep, good move for Chip Lindsey there. Troy, by the way, hiring former Briarwood High School star and UAB assistant Joe Craddock to be their new offensive coordinator for the Troy Trojans. And last night in Monday Night Football, the Dolphins with a big win over the Saints, 20-3 last night. Brown, I'll start with you, and then I want LT's thoughts on the game last night. It was a bad loss for the Saints as far as any hope to make the playoffs. It was a huge win for the Miami Dolphins, and it started off doing it with defense.
Yeah, well, I mean, Lance, I know you thought Tua would struggle against that Saints defense, which he did. But when Book threw a pick six on his second NFL pass, you kind of had to know it was not going to be his night.
Yeah, look, I thought, if you would have told me after the game Miami has 259 total yards, I say, Saints defense won this game for them. But New Orleans, 164 total yards, 2 turnovers, and as you mentioned, his second career attempt gets taken to the house for a pick six. Hard to overcome. When it went to a half, 10-3, you guys missed that field goal, the 59-yarder before half. Yeah. I thought New Orleans might be able to regroup, but just no offense at all.
None whatsoever. I asked Dunby this. I watched first few drives on the plane, and then had to swap to my phone in the airport, watch the first half on the ride over, and it was going to the half right as we were pulling up to the hotel here. And Jalen Waddle was making about his 50th catch of the game, and I asked Dunaway, I said, if you had to vote right now, Lance, I asked Dunaway this question, would you vote Mac Jones the offensive rookie of the year or Jalen Waddle?
We know your defensive rookie of the year is Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I think that's a given.
Well, I guess it depends over these last couple of weeks. I mean, if Mac plays like he played against the Colts and played against the Bills, I probably would go Waddle. I mean, Waddle's about to break the all-time rookie record for receptions, which is held by Michael Thomas.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you guys knew that. He only needs 5. He's going to get 5 in the next couple of games.
Well, I mean, they throw to him. Tua throws to him all the time. It's the best, really about the only good receiver he's got.
Does Jamar Chase get into the conversation at all?
Yeah. Actually, I might take that back, Brown. I think Jamar Chase might be your guy.
I didn't give you that option, though.
Yeah.
I was wanting you to pick Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
Rarely do I bring a smart comment to the show. I apologize for being smart.
No, it's quite all right.
I put my glasses on. You know what they say? The people in glasses are smarter. I put the glasses on. Yeah. Boom, Jamar Chase is your answer.
Well, I mean, you look at Waddle's got 96 grabs and Jamar's only got 68, but Jamar's got over 1,100 yards. He's got 10 touchdowns, and he's playing for a better team right now.
Yeah, 100%. All right. So that's the NFL last night, and we will move forward for another monumental weekend coming up a little bit later in the week. But here at the college football playoffs, David Hell, who writes for ESPN, just tweeted out this stat, and I want you guys to react to this, okay? LT, you first here. The last team to win a national championship that wasn't either A, named Alabama, or B, a team that beat Alabama was 2013 Florida State. Before that was 2005 Texas.
That's not right.
I'll say it again for those writing around.
Lance says it's not right.
The last team to win a national championship that wasn't either Alabama or a team that beat Alabama was 2013 Florida State. Before that, it was 2005 Texas.
Where did he get it wrong, Lance?
I correct myself. So in 2014, Ohio State had to beat Alabama to play for the national championship. I just thought you meant to win a national championship because it was Ohio State over Oregon. I got it.
That's pretty crazy, yeah.
Along the way, they either beat Alabama or they were Alabama all the way back to 2013 Florida State, who had to beat Auburn to do it. And then before that, it was 2005 Texas.
I mean, if he wanted to, well, that's too many qualifiers. I was going to say if you threw in or beat a team that beat Alabama, I mean, you would knock 2013 FSU out because they had to beat Auburn. But that is nuts, and it's not like once you get past 2013 FSU, it's a bunch before that. My gosh, you got to go back another 8 years just to get back to Texas.
Yep,
that's pretty incredible.
It's an amazing stat. You hear a lot of crazy stats in this run that Alabama's put together, but that even almost predates Nick Saban. I mean, it takes you back other than 2013 Florida State, who is just, one Kevin Bacon layer removed, if you count Auburn, who beat Alabama, who then lost to Florida State. And if Auburn had just stopped that last drive, that stat would go all the way back to 2005 because Auburn had beaten Alabama and should have been national champs in 2013.
I mean, Lance, Auburn fans criticize Gus for a lot of things. To me, that was about the biggest mistake he ever made as the Auburn coach, not being able to close that game out. They could have easily beat Florida State in that game.
Well, a lot of people say Trey Mason should have gone down on the goal line. You guys remember that? I forgot how much time was left on the clock. Which in that situation, you've obviously got to score, and then you turn it over your defense. And look, Jameis Winston made plays down the stretch.
Yeah, he did. I mean, that is one that they will forever. That Gus Malzahn, I'm sure, forever regrets their inability just to close that game out. They had that game in hand, could have easily won that national championship, even before Trey Mason, didn't choose to go down. They had an opportunity to. Was it Ricardo Lewis that made the drop over the middle? I say drop.
Yeah, in the first half
by Nick Marshall. Yeah. It was more on Nick Marshall really than him, but you had every opportunity in that game if you were.
Yeah, I think we forget how good that game actually was. That 2013 Rose Bowl.
It's a fantastic game. Yeah,
really good. We're live in Dallas. Leading up to the Big Cotton Bowl and the college football playoff semifinal game. We'll hear from Pete Golding in just a second after LT tells us about the great folks at Hemp Hill Services, one of the proud sponsors of our extra bonus shows, which go after the conclusion of Auburn today, live here from Dallas. LT?
Yes, if something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, Hemp Hill Services, our friends, you need to give them a buzz. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, you need to trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call them now. Adam, Chad, Andrew, and the team at Hemp Hill, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
All right, Pete Golding, for years, has taken a lot of criticism. He got asked about that yesterday. Cut one for me, Lunsford. We'll start things off. Here is Pete Golding's reaction to criticism from Alabama fans.
Well, their name ain't on my paycheck, so I really don't listen to it. But no, I think obviously, my old man was a high school coach growing up, so I think it was something I learned at an early age, from my mom. It's like, look, some people are going to love your dad, some people are going to hate your dad. So it's still your dad. You're always going to love your dad. But, I don't listen to the outside noise, to be honest with you. I think if you're a football coach and you do that, I think you get out of this profession pretty quick. You go start selling insurance and playing golf. So, obviously, there's no bigger critic on me than me.
So y'all's thought of Pete Golding, handling the criticism, how he handles it, and the job he's doing these days.
I think if you're going to be a coordinator in the Southeastern Conference, and specifically at a place like Alabama that expects and demands excellence, if criticism bothers you that much, Pete's right. You need to go sell insurance and play golf. No offense to the insurance agents that listen to us out there. That's a pretty good gig if you can sell insurance and play golf all the time. But Lance, it's got to be something you ignore. You cannot let it bother you. I think probably what bothers these coaches the most is their family hears it more than they do. They can insulate themselves. They can go, bury in a dark film room and watch cut-ups all day, but their family is the one that hears it more. And I think that's probably what ultimately bothers them more than them hearing the criticism.
Yeah, look, I think we've been in the minority backing Pete Golding up. And, look, that's probably not the best way to frame it. Look, they don't sign my check. But going back to the Ole Miss game, the adjustment he made in the second half of last season en route to winning a national championship, this year they were 18th in total defense or 18th in scoring defense, only giving up 20 points per game. Outside of the Texas A&M game, look what they did against Ole Miss. Look what they did against Auburn. That wasn't, Pete Golding's fault that they almost lost the Iron Bowl. And then go back to the Georgia game. They were completely dominant at times in that game. So I thought overall, I would give Pete Golding an A this year.
I agree. I did cringe to Lance's point when he said that. I'd not heard that part of it yet. I'd seen the part about the criticism and the playing golf, the insurance sales and playing golf. I don't think Pete Golding meant one thing by that, but I think if he had it to do over again, he probably chooses his words differently because the fans absolutely pay your salary.
They do, but his point being the guy I've got to impress is Nick Saban.
I know.
And Nick Saban understands what I'm doing, but you're exactly right. The fans pay for everything.
Yes.
A month ago, we wouldn't have figured that Alabama was going to be the number one seed. And, when we were doing Bama and Bourbon, Aaron Suttles alluded to there's a good chance there's going to be some coordinator changes this year. Where do you guys stand on this? And I know we've still got a game or 2 games to play, but if Alabama has the 1 seed, finishes this deal, they knock off Cincinnati, then they win another national championship, do you think Bill O'Brien and Pete Golding are both back?
I think Alabama would be lucky to have them both back. Am I wrong?
O'Brien is so complicated. I think Alabama fans, Lance, have I don't know how to word this. I think they've come to. Well, I do know how to word it. I think Alabama fans have come to terms with Pete Golding. I think Alabama fans have come to terms with the fact that Nick Saban likes Pete Golding, and if Nick Saban likes him, Nick Saban sees the same things the fans see. He sees it more because he knows more football than the fans. And if Nick Saban likes him, I'm going to learn to live with him even if I don't, right? I think that's where Alabama fans are with Pete Golding. I think it's a little more difficult with Bill O'Brien. And part of that is just when you're really ready to give up on Brian, they have a game like they did against Arkansas where Bryce Young sets a school record. And you're back on board with him. But then they have a game like they did at Auburn where they can't even get off the line of scrimmage, and then you're back against him. Then they have a game like they did against Georgia where they shocked the world, and you're like, well, maybe this guy's not so bad.
Yeah,
it's complicated with Bill O'Brien.
But if Bryce Young likes him and the Young family likes Bill O'Brien, I'd ride with Bill O'Brien for another year. And here he is, the offensive coordinator with the number 1 seed in the playoffs, and Pete Golding's the defensive coordinator. They've had another great recruiting class. I would hold at the coordinator position if both of them don't get a better job. Speaking of which, cut to Lunsford. Pete Golding asked about one day, leaving Alabama to be a head coach. It's happened for a lot of coordinators, defensive coordinators and offensive coordinators. Here's Pete Golding's thoughts on one day leaving Alabama to be a head coach.
Well, obviously, I took this job, to work for the best football coach to ever coach the game, in my opinion, and so I learned something new every day. I've always been one, regardless where I was at, to be where my feet are, to do the best job where I'm at, to try to prepare our kids the best way, to develop them on and off the field. So I've always been one. I think if you do a really good job where you're at, which obviously a lot of people before me have, then opportunities will come. I promise you I'm in no rush to be a head coach. I think a lot of that is overrated. I got in this profession to develop players, to be in that room, to have fun with them. And I think sometimes, depending upon where you're at, you don't get that anymore. And so I make plenty enough money, more money than I ever thought I would coaching football. I can assure you that. So I'm in no rush. Obviously, when those opportunities come, you weigh them, as a family and see if it's the best for you and for them. But I enjoy where I'm at. I learn something new every day. We got great kids to work with. The University of Alabama is awesome to be, our support system, our administration. So I love where I'm at.
I mean, think about that. You're $1 million a year.
Sounds like my kind of
head
man.
guy liked. Yeah.
I mean, hey, I think that head coaching thing might be a little overrated. You're right, Dunaway. He makes $1.2 million a year. How far does 1.2 go in Tuscaloosa?
Is that all he's making?
That's a lot. Yeah. I mean, 1.8 to 2.2 is the top of the game.
Well, I mean, Brent Venables was at what, 2.5 probably before he took the Oklahoma job.
Yeah, but I would assume Pete Golding will be up to 1.5 after this year.
Yeah, he'll keep going up. No, but you're right, Lance. I mean, 1.2 million, you can live like a king in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, and like he said, he was at UTSA before he came to Alabama. He never dreamed he'd make $1 million a year coaching football. He's making $1 million a year. He's not the target. He doesn't have to do all the BS work that Nick Saban has to do as far as going around and shaking hands and booster club this and Nick at noon and all of this, the coaches shows, and he just gets to coach football.
Right.
And sometimes I think people forget that the head coaching job, not as much fun as being the assistant coach. The assistant coach still coaches football. The head coach coaches football and does a lot of other things that's nothing to do with football.
Brown, I'm not going to say he's from the mud puddle, but the kid's from Louisiana. Less than 20 years ago, he was playing football at Delta State. He's 37 years old. And he's going to be making $1.5 million. Pretty comfortable spot.
No, it's a comfortable spot. And, we've made this point a lot, Lance, and I go back to what I just said about what Alabama fans, I think, are feeling about Pete Golding, that you've come to terms with the fact that Nick Saban really likes Pete Golding. Guys, Nick Saban went to UTSA to find the guy, right?
That's right.
He was defensive coordinator at UTSA, came to Alabama to take kind of a secondary, not coaching the secondary, but a secondary position behind Tosh LaPoy. And if you believe, Lance, the reports of what happened, somewhere in that season, Nick Saban was so frustrated with Tosh Lupoi, he handed the defensive calls to Pete Golding. Then Pete Golding replaced Tosh Lupoi. And in spite of what seems like evidence against him, Nick Saban has continued to stand by the guy all along. He loves Pete Golding. And, I mean, I think at some point, if you're an Alabama fan, you just got to say, maybe I don't get it, but Nick Saban's the best that's ever done this. How do I continue to question him about Pete Golding?
Well, I think you've got to be realistic in 2021 that defenses are going to have some letdowns. It's an offensive game now. And if your defense is only giving up 20 points per game, but your offense is scoring like they're scoring, they were 4th nationally this year, you're going to win a lot of football games.
More on what you're saying in the Farmfolio chat room about the coordinators at Alabama. After I tell you about the great folks at Pradco, you still have an opportunity to get the Pradco Outdoor Brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle right now through December 31st. So through the end of the week, you can get the same savings you were going to get before Christmas for the outdoor enthusiast in your life. Save 40% with the Pradco Outdoor Brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle. 40% off. The bundle includes a trail camera, deer feeder, hand warmer, and scent elimination spray from your favorite hunting brands, Moultrie, Summit, and Decode by Code Blue. Purchased online via the Moultrie, Summit, or Code Blue websites. That's Moultrie, Summit, or Code Blue websites. You get 40% off the Pradco Outdoor Brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle through December 31st. Free shipping on all the bundles with our friends at Pradco right there. Jeff B says if Nick Saban likes him, then he's got what it takes. Bubba Head. Bill O'Brien is too NFL-minded in play calling for my liking. JW7175. It is complicated to judge Bill when the line struggled so much at times. Will Doug Marrone be back is the question he wants to ask. What do you guys think about that? Doug Marrone. If the offensive line plays better, Bill O'Brien looks better.
I mean, Lance, again, it is a little bit complicated because all the evidence up until the Georgia game told you Doug Marrone was not getting the job done this year. And then out of the blue, against what we thought was the best defense in the nation, they have the best game they've had all season. So,
and I think that's what's so frustrating is how do you have that game against Georgia, but you struggled so much consistently throughout the season. But Doug Marrone is such a well-respected guy. I mean, a former head coach in the NFL, multiple jobs there. I don't know. There's got to be some turnover on this staff, though.
I mean, well, there always is.
It always is in Alabama.
But we've gone pretty deep without any reports of it. I mean, at some point, if they were now, I think your thing about Bill O'Brien or Doug Marrone, they've been NFL head coaches before. So, you would look at that, probably more Bill O'Brien than Doug Marrone. He was more successful.
Chris Pollard, Michael, and Elliot all talking about how Joe Pendry stepping in this week is great for the offensive line. And Michael asked the question that you've got to ask at some point. If Pete Golding hangs around, is he a guy who'd be considered to replace Nick Saban?
Yeah, Lance.
It's hard to believe.
We were so impressed by that guy. Do you remember Lance, the first time we were around him when we were assistant coaches in the 8A game?
2017 or 2018 8A game. Yeah, but I mean, he took over the room, and you could tell that he had this aura about him that it smelled like a head coach. But
it really did.
Alabama fans, they're so critical of that guy right now, and it seems far-fetched, but I guess it depends on, what that timeline is. If it's another 2 or 3 years and Alabama wins another 2 national championships and Pete Golding starts to become beloved, who knows? I seriously
I'll tell you the name. I'll tell you the name that will, there's been a lot of names on this discussion, Jim, on the replacement. Here's the name to watch. If he has any success at all at Oregon, is Dan Lanning. Because he's got the tie to Nick Saban, brief as it was, the tie to the Nick Saban tree with Kirby Smart. If he's got any success at Oregon, if he can recruit at Oregon, and if he wins games there, that'll be the next guy everybody starts pointing to because of his time that he spent with Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa.
Do you think that far ahead if you're Dan Lanning, though?
Yeah, because everybody lands punching out of Oregon for better jobs, right?
Yeah, but I'm just wondering when he took that job, if he's like, you know what, one day, if I have the success I think I can have here, it might time out perfectly and I can get that Alabama job.
Well, because I think he probably knows the obvious one would be replacing Kirby at Georgia. Where's Kirby going to go in that time, right? How long are you going to say, how long are you going to have to hold out Kirby? I mean, that's going to be a while probably, unless it falls apart for Kirby. The more realistic one would be Alabama, and we've seen every Oregon coach punch out of that job for maybe not even a better job. The Miami job is not a better job than the Oregon job. There's a reason Cristobal did it, obviously, because of his ties there. But the Alabama job's an infinitely better job than the Oregon job. So if Lanning has any sort of success, I think he'd be an easy pick out of there.
Dan Lanning, by the way, his history is from the state of Missouri, and his playing career included playing linebacker at William Jewell College in Missouri.
Well, that's where you go. That's the cradle of coaches, William Jewell College.
William Jewell. Anybody want to guess on their mascot?
That's they're the. Well, I was about to make a bad joke.
I know you were going to say the Bombers, weren't you?
Yeah, thank you, Lance, for making the bad joke for me. The Bombers.
Wow,
that's Richard Jewell College.
Yeah,
allegedly.
Yeah, all the way. Great show that is. G8 at Pittsburgh, Arizona State. Recruiting coordinator at Arizona State, then Sam Houston State when he finally became on the field coach. Then came to Alabama as a GA. Only there 1 year. So really loose tied to Alabama.
Well, I did say it was loose.
In Memphis for 2 years, and Georgia for a handful of years. Much more Kirby Smart tree than the Nick Saban tree.
Well, I mean, who's the trunk of that tree, my man?
Hey, real quick, where are you guys right now in the lobby of the Omni?
Yeah,
we're at the Omni.
Why do you ask?
Well, the reason I ask is, what time is it? 8:30? Is Monday night?
It is 8:25.
Is Monday night a big night in Dallas? I have not seen one person walk through there. It's like everybody that entire town
really
is still asleep.
No, we're in a secured area of the Omni because of the COVID protocols. So the whole hotel basically is rented out or booked by the Cotton Bowl.
Right.
So there is not a lot of foot traffic.
This is not the main lobby either. This is the outer area of the kind of the media area. The media has an entire floor, Lance. And this is kind of the outer area here, so it's security protected.
I'll tell you, it's a great hotel. I had an opportunity to stay there one time when I came in for Michigan, Alabama. But if you guys, and I think Dunaway might, I know Lunsford watches Curb Your Enthusiasm this season. There's a scene where Larry's got his favorite umbrella, and it's from the Dallas Omni Hotel. And I just wonder if the Dallas Omni Hotel had to actually pay for that product placement because it's a big part of the storyline.
I will go see if I can get a picture of that after the show and send it to you, and we can use it on the show.
Yeah, it's a green and white umbrella.
Green and white. I'll be looking out for that. And part of the show today as well, and we'll talk more about Cincinnati in just a second, is being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. Odie's Trivia Night coming up, not tomorrow night because you got a week off traditionally between Christmas and New Year's Day, LT. But Odie's still open for lunch and dinner every night.
Yes, Dunaway. It's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis serving up those incredible lunches and dinners for almost 30 years now. Burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Fantastic patio. You can enjoy this great weather this week. Sit out there with some ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today at Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village.
All right. When we come back, Desmond Ridder and Jerome Ford still to come. Two of the stars for Cincinnati, what they're saying about this big game, specifically Jerome Ford, not too happy with a label he's gotten a lot this year. It's next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Winter's upon us, and so is the cold, wet winter weather. Don't freeze in your own home. Get the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep you warm and toasty. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services since 1954. It's the name I trust and the name Birmingham trust. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor with The Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them The Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
Pull the microphone down. Back with you in Dallas. I mean, how long have we done shows together?
Me and you, or you and Lance?
Me and you. We'll go me and you.
2003.
2003.
Yeah, how long is that?
Brown just maybe the best gesture of kindness he's ever done for me. Just brought me a cup of coffee.
I helped you move a TV one time, and it was a TV, an entertainment center. And I done it with Lance. I brought him a cup of coffee.
You don't know how much the coffee. But getting to my point.
Boy, it's not a high bar for Dunaway anymore, is it?
It really is not. I just brought him a cup of coffee.
You guys mistreat me so much.
Well, I mean, I helped you move that TV that time. That thing was huge. That was before flat screens.
That was a lifetime ago, though.
It was.
This is the nicest gesture Brown has done.
I guarantee
since
if
the
you
pandemic.
fall in studio, once I step over your body, Brown will help you up.
There is no doubt that's the way it would play out, by the way. But I asked for it black. He brought all this. Thank you.
Well, I didn't hear you say black. You just said, I'd like a coffee. So I fixed a coffee.
There we go. You didn't get it right.
I got it right because I fixed it black, but I brought him creamer, Splenda, and Sweet and Low. I didn't know what he would want.
Yeah, this way. At least it feels normal now. The sun is up.
Yeah.
You can see on. Do we need to iris down on our out on the patio? How does that look?
I don't know. Lunsford, do I need to iris down on the patio? I don't know how to do that.
The patio camera there.
What is bright out there?
It is. It's a scorching hot day in Dallas. Going up to 77 today at here, but of course we'll be inside AT&T Stadium with practice later on for both teams. The viewing menu every day at this time, actually it's every day at 10:25, but this is the slot of the show that runs every day. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art LT.
Yes, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787, or you can view his incredible work today. Go to danielmooreart.com.
Lunsford, you got anything today you're watching?
All right. Well, I'm trying to pull it up because my computer just turned off. Yeah, so kind of a slow day.
That sounds like a bad idea. Yeah, sounds like a bad deal for us.
Yeah, kind of a slow day if you're not watching bowl games, most TVs and reruns for the holidays. So I'll turn to movies. One movie I'm looking forward to watching. I don't know if any of you have any interest, but it's available on demand today. That is the latest Wes Anderson movie, The French Dispatch. Heard of that, Lance?
Yeah, no, I haven't. And Wes Anderson, I've tapped out. He's just
Wow.
He's a well-respected director, but his concepts are so weird.
Very artsy, very pastel in color. This is basically an anthology movie made up of like multiple stories surrounding a newspaper. Bill Murray's the editor of the paper. I mean, the cast he gets are insane.
Oh, yeah.
But
like the Royal Tenenbaums, I didn't like. I tried the what was the hotel one?
Royal Tenenbaum,
Budapest.
Grand Budapest Hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, some of them are hits, some of them are misses. I like Moonrise Kingdom. Good movie he did. But anyway, it's out on demand today. It looks pretty good. I'll check it out. FX tonight, 6:40 p.m. I think one of the best movies so far this year is A Quiet Place 2. FX tonight, A Quiet Place 1. Have you seen that one?
I've seen one. I have not seen 2.
2 is pretty good. Directed by John Krasinski, who is Jim from The Office, probably the thing he's most known for. But A Quiet Place 2, a well-done sequel. The first one coming on tonight. I believe the new one streaming on Peacock, but I'm not 100% sure about that. But Quiet Place tonight. And then I think one of the greatest movies of all time is coming up Encore, 6 p.m. tonight. That is District 9. Movie from about, I don't know, it's probably about a decade ago.
And low budget too, right?
Low budget, alien sci-fi movie in South Africa. One of those that has a lot of symbolism in it. But yeah, I think it's one of the best movies of all time.
So that's what Lunsford and LT are watching tonight. 5 bowl games today, including Houston and Auburn, which go at 11 o'clock on ESPN, kicking off a big day of bowls, most of them on ESPN, except for one game on Fox tonight. It's a good one, UCLA and NC State in the annual Holiday Bowl, prime time at 7. We'll talk about all these games coming up a little bit later on and what Jerome Ford said in just a second. But LT, let's see if you can win at the next round trivia today.
How does Dunaway like his golf?
Well, no, we all know that's black now, and we all know that Jim can't do wooden sticks, and you brought a wooden stick.
Oh, my gosh.
But no, next round trivia today, we are going, once we're done with the live show at 11 o'clock, we're going to one location, Lance, to watch the Auburn game and enjoy a great
Rodeo
lunch.
Burger.
Can you guess the location we're going to?
Before you were done.
You say rodeo?
Rodeo Goat. Rodeo Goat.
Rodeo Goat. Yes, we are. We talked about that as the
I'm so
plane
jealous.
was landing last night.
Yeah, I did say, I was telling the roommate, I said, the one thing that I'm really going to miss about this trip is the food in Dallas. Because I still haven't been to the place in Fort Worth that you went to on your drive to Alien Fest, Brown.
Yeah, I've been there a couple times. Joe T. Garcia's. Yeah. I was actually going to make that suggestion tonight.
For dinner?
That is a lot of food for us today. Rodeo Goat at lunch and Joe T. Garcia's for dinner. But this will be the earliest shot at dinner that we'll have all week. And it is all the way in Fort Worth. So it's a little bit of a drive from here. So I was going to suggest that for tonight. Lance, that's one of my favorite places in the world.
Well, will y'all do us a favor? Since you're going to so many like cool traditional places, could you do kind of a, not to put extra work on the plate for you guys, so to speak, but kind of a Todd Blackledge, just a quick video?
Yeah.
Just to shoot out?
Absolutely.
That's exactly what the sponsors want. We'll absolutely do that. Around Brown doing the daily interview with Slade Bolden and such like that. Here we go. Next round trivia.
What?
On the plane last night, LT, did Dunaway and Brown sit together on the Southwest flight, or did we not sit together on the Southwest flight?
I'm going to say you did not, because you were complaining 3 minutes into your flight. I saw you on Twitter.
You thought I had the virus.
Yeah, I did not sit with him.
How much better do I sound today, though?
You sound a lot better. Do I sound worse or better?
About the same. I got the steroid shot yesterday. A steroid shot does wonders.
Oh, it really does.
It's a game changer. I went and got the steroid between the show and the airport yesterday, and I'm a different man now, man. I'm ready to go. I couldn't even sleep last night, really. That steroid will jack you up for about 24 hours.
LT, you want to know how you sound today? From the Alabama team hotel, a person inside the traveling party of Alabama texts me, says, "Is LT sick? ? Watching the show." I said, not sick. He's recovering.
Is this a team doctor?
I will tell you, I was at 30% yesterday. That's how bad I felt at the end of the show. I feel like I'm about 65% right now.
Yeah, you're powering through it. And if you follow Lance and the roommate on social media, maybe the coolest picture I've ever seen of a human and a dog. You sick, laid out on the couch asleep, and that dog is nuzzling your neck while you sleep. I mean, that touched me a little bit. That was an emotional picture.
No, it's really weird. So Lady Bird does have this sixth sense. Like, she can tell when something's going on. I mean, she would have been a great service dog. And, I was laying on the couch yesterday, and she wouldn't leave my side. Very cool.
Yeah, it's a good picture. I wouldn't frame it or anything, but it's a good picture.
On the emotional videos, the military people surprising their kids when they come home, cry every time, right?
Every time.
A weirdly emotional one now is the surprise scholarship. Now, I think it's a little bit overdone, but initially that one would get you too, when they would call their parents and tell them, they got on scholarship. That was always good.
That was good to start with. It got overdone.
Yeah. But Lance, when the military members come home and their dogs see them for the first time, have you ever seen those videos? You love those, don't you?
Oh, they're incredible.
Yeah. I like the stories of when dogs have gotten lost or something, and they worked their way or stolen. They work their way 18, 20, 50 miles back to their owners.
It's typically a movie.
Towns,
what about
rivers and dells?
What about rivers and dells?
I really don't even know what a dell is, to be honest with you.
What about when the colorblind people get those glasses? They put them on, they see colors. Have you seen those videos?
I have not.
No.
Lance, you've never seen one of those?
No.
Lunsford, have you seen one of those videos where colorblind people get those glasses?
Lance, I feel like this is where he's trying to pull one over on us.
No.
Expecting someone to go along with
Lunsford, have you seen one of those videos?
I haven't seen colorblind, but I've seen basically you're blind or you need some kind of special thing, and then they put the glasses on like a little girl, and she starts like lighting up on her face and stuff like that. I don't know that I've seen colorblind though.
Oh yeah, those are good too.
No,
I tell you,
that gets me just you saying that.
No, you've seen those where the little baby they put the glasses on.
Oh,
what about when they do like the cochlear implants and they turn on the sound for the first time?
Yeah,
those get me every time.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, like the mom hears their baby's voice for the first time.
Stop it.
You've never seen the colorblind people?
I have not.
Oh, you ought to go watch those. They make those glasses where you could see colors for the first time. Strangely emotional.
Hey, Dunaway, aren't you colorblind?
I'm bad with shades. I wouldn't call myself colorblind. I'm bad with shades. Like
what color's my shirt?
Blacks and blues. I mean, I can tell that's I'm going to call that a sky blue.
This shirt's green, Jim.
It is not.
It looks great.
And I'm the shade of blue too. But I mean, I can tell these shades are very different. But that I screw up socks sometimes, and certain shades are not very good. Roman Harper at the top of the hour. Clay Travis coming up at 10. LT's got trash in the next hour as well. When we come back to Dallas Live, Jerome Ford is tired of a label. You'll hear from Jerome Ford, part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Bromberg, who hope you have a wonderful, wonderful holiday season. Remember, Bromberg's good for birthdays and anniversaries too, LT.
Yes, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Get in and see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations to serve you, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Practice day for Alabama and Cincinnati again inside AT&T Stadium. We're at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas live on the next round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The next round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on the next round.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Life sure can come at you fast, but our friends at Mortgage Right are faster. If you're looking to refinance, Mortgage Right has a multitude of trusted professionals behind them. Whether you need a cash-out refinance to pay off debt, make home repairs, or if you're just looking for a lower interest rate, Mortgage Right has the right option for you. That's right, Mortgage Right has your back. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The great Walker Hayes in the Farmfolio chat room today. Nicer Mill in Dallas. Is it Javier's? No, he says, excuse me, Nicer Mill in Dallas. Is it Javier's, he says. I've been there. I did not get the filet cantonfleur.
I don't know if I got that either. I've been to Javier's.
Yep, it was good. It was good.
Yep.
Enjoyed my trip there. Fancy like, Walker. We appreciate you being with us. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Before you finish that thought, Brownie, LT, tell us about Hemp Hill.
Yes, if something is not running right, draining right, flowing right, disaster can strike at any moment. Recently experienced that just a couple of months ago. First call that I made, Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, and the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
And Walker also says best brisket, which I bet is a debate they have all the time.
Does
here.
he say Pecan Lodge?
He says Hutchins in Frisco is his opinion.
Interesting.
I would imagine you get a lot of best barbecue, best brisket, best steaks, best this, best that here in Dallas, Texas.
I like Lockhart's. I've been to Lockhart's. I've never been to Pecan Lodge. You gotta be dedicated, man. It's a long line. I can tell you what's going to happen, Lance, because Rodeo Goat is the rare restaurant that we've all agreed on.
It's going to disappoint today?
No, but when I take Dunaway to Joe T. Garcia's, he's going to be.
That's not true.
Well,
Okay.
We'll see him tomorrow.
Did we all agree on Nick and Sam's Steakhouse? That was my favorite place.
The place that they had to set up basically a table for us in the bar to fit in last time?
Yeah, it was really good.
It's the only time I had, let me see if I get this right, Wagyu?
Get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but Nick
only
and
time I
Sam's,
had
I
a-
15 there twice when we were out there. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, it's very good.
It was really, really good. All right, before we get to the top of the hour, Lunsford, give me Jerome Ford, cut number 9. He's former Alabama running back who, by the way, doesn't like being called the former Alabama running back anymore. Here's Jerome Ford talking about that yesterday here in Dallas.
How surreal is it for you to be with Cincinnati and to be playing your former team, but to be a part of this historic run for Cincinnati against Alabama?
It's a great opportunity to play on a big stage. I'm thankful for everything Coach Saban had done for me and the opportunity to play at Alabama. But, you know, I'm a Bearcat, and I would kind of appreciate it if people stopped calling me the Alabama transfer. I'm a Cincinnati Bearcat. But like I said, I'm thankful for everything Coach Saban did for me and the opportunity to play at Alabama around all the great coaches and other great players.
By the way, Jerome was waiting on a question there, LT, to where he can make that statement. Not really the answer to what she was asking, but he was ready to say, listen, I am a Cincinnati Bearcat. We're in the playoffs. Stop calling me former Alabama transfer.
Well, normally when things end, they end for a reason, and a lot of times it's not under great circumstances. I don't know what the circumstances were. I think it was probably playing time. You know, he only had 24 carries for Alabama back in 2019, but he's been a Bearcat for the last couple of years. And he's been a Bearcat that, by the way, has won 23 of their last 24 games over the last 2 seasons. And he's established himself as not one of the best Group 5 running backs in college football. He's one of the best running backs in college football.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dunaway. I think he came loaded with that answer and was going to get it out there at some point. And listen, I've got no problem with that. It is part of his history, but he wants to be known for what he's doing at Cincinnati. And he could not have been more respectful to Nick Saban.
That's right.
In Alabama in that answer. But he's just saying, hey, from this point on, let's make me Jerome Ford, the running back at Cincinnati.
Michael says Ford does have a ring from Alabama. Damn hoodlum in the Farmfolio chat room. You think Ford is going to be motivated in this game? You bet he is. I mean, this is an opportunity to show, you know, there's nobody left on the coaching staff that was here then except Nick Saban, but here's an opportunity for him to say, you may have missed on one, man.
But again, I'll tell you, and I overused this stat going into the Georgia game, but Lance, it stood up against a good run offense in Georgia. Alabama's rushing touchdowns allowed since the Texas A&M loss are 1. And they've played some pretty good running backs in that time. And they've still given up 1 rushing touchdown since the Texas A&M game. It's going to be hard for Jerome Ford to find that end.
But if I'm Luke Fickell, you know, I do say, hey, look, you know, it's a really good defense, but you know, you've got opportunities. I go back to the Florida game. Florida went for 245 and 4 touchdowns against that Alabama defense on the ground.
Yep. That seems like an absolute eternity ago, but you're right.
It does.
Yeah, so creative in the Farmfolio chat room all the time. You guys are. We appreciate you being the great listening and viewing audience. JW says He is now the Cincinnati Bearcat, formerly known as the Alabama transfer.
That's true. Formerly, you were known as the Alabama transfer.
Jerome, as the Cincinnati Bearcat, formerly known as the Alabama transfer.
Yeah, he's a good player though. I mean,
he is.
To his defense, do we call Jamison Williams the Ohio State transfer or the Alabama wide receiver?
I think for a lot of the season we called him Ohio State transfer.
Well,
we bring it up a lot.
I think
a lot of people.
He's the Alabama wide receiver. And by the way, I don't think I'm going out on a limb. I think Jerome Ford's the best running back on the field on Friday.
Oh, you like him better than Brian Robinson?
I do.
So if he were at Alabama, he'd be starting right now.
I think he would.
Interesting.
No, I'm not going to say I like him better than Brian Robinson, though.
Well, of course you're not Jimmy Alabama.
I mean, you would say that to save your life.
The guy played on just a couple of taped together tendons, the SEC championship. And helped him.
I'm not doubting his heart. I'm just saying the more talented back.
Yeah. I don't know, man. What has Brian Robinson not done for you this year?
I will do this, Dunaway. We can do another side state bet. I will bet you in 5 years, we'll do the first 5 years of their career, Ford has a better NFL career than Brian Robinson.
I'm still waiting on
T.J. Yeldon. Last night when the Dolphins were playing Duke Johnson, I made the point to Dunaway. I'm like, the Dolphins picked this guy up off a trash heap, and he started the last 2 games for us. And Dunaway was like, I can't get T.J. Yeldon any carries.
Yeah, can't get him in the league right now. Damn Hoodlum agrees with LT. Thinks Jerome Ford would be the starter right now over Brian Robinson. Maybe we'll throw a poll question out involving Jerome Ford. It's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment LT as we approach the top of the hour. The one and only Roman Harper is standing by. I'll tell you about the rest of the show after you tell us about Cowan.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet. For sale now, visit Cowan.com or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
You'll hear from Alabama players plus Desmond Ridder, who's on the verge of setting a Cincinnati record. But first, it's Roman Harper standing by live from Dallas right here on the Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Life never stops moving. Between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety you expect, you can lose track of the miles and focus on what really matters, the memories made along the way. Stop in today. Vehicle safety you can depend on. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The Next Round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on the Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live in Dallas, I cannot wait to get Roman Harper's feel about the running backs in this semifinal game that's become the discussion on the show today. Groon in the Farmfolio chat room. Jerome Ford is better than Brian Robinson. B-Rob, very slow, pocket dancing, frustrating running back to watch sometimes.
Jeez.
The guy has so much heart, and I'm not sure Alabama would be here if he had not played in the SEC championship game and gutted out 66 yards on a broken wheel, basically. More from Roman Harper after I tell you that this hour of the show always brought to you, even from Dallas, Texas, by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew down there ready to serve you lunch today and then dinner tonight. Always good to go for your tailgates, those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, chicken on a stick, and a lot more. There's only one Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Highway 119. There's 4 locations, but there's only one Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. You know what I'm saying? It's good, and it's on Highway 119 in Alabaster.
It's a good landing there.
Yeah.
Roman Harper is with us now, SEC Network analyst, as we continue live from Dallas. Some of you joining us thinking this is the start of the show. We're 2 hours deep. We started early today because of the Auburn kick. You can get it all on demand. If you're listening on the app, it'll just start over at 11. You'll get the full 4 hours. If you're a video, you'll have to go back and watch the early part. If you missed it, Harp is on the Pepsi hotline. Roman Harper, what's up, man? How are you?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man? I'm over here actually waiting on my wife's car to get the oil change at a Cadillac.
Oh, wow.
Here in Charlotte. So,
I got you getting the oil change. Yeah, it's good to keep up on the maintenance, man. Makes the cars go longer.
That's what they tell you. They all just appreciate the moment you get them anyway. Let's talk about Chappie's or something else. Let's go.
Hey, I want to ask you, though, right here off the bat, everyone's debating about Jerome Ford of Cincinnati, who was at Alabama, and Brian Robinson. But don't underestimate what all Brian Robinson does as a running back. He seems to be an elite blocker as well at picking up blitzes. How important is that in a Nick Saban offense or in any offense at the next level in the National Football League that you played in?
Well, I think it's important because you can't play on third downs if you can't pick up pressures and understand the blitz pickups and the operations that are on third downs, most importantly. And so, even if you stay in from routes, you don't get out in the route sometimes, or sometimes I've thought Brian Robinson's done a good job of just finding his way of getting a block, then kind of secretly just kind of floating out right there to the flatter center and giving the quarterback an opportunity to get the ball out of his hand after he has not been able to find the receiver down the field. Brian Robinson is a unique situation in Alabama. Most of these are Alabama, this is the first time in the last, 10, 12 years we looked at Alabama and say they do not have a first or second round running back that's going to the NFL this year. Brian Robinson's great. You love his heart. You love his story. And he's just a continuously plug-in type of guy. But it's not like I'm saying that he won't make it to the NFL. He's just not a first or second round pick.
Harp, when you look at these corners that Cincinnati has, Kobe Bryant, Sauce Gardner, that everybody talks about are lock NFL stars, is the way people talk about them. You're a guy that has played the position both collegiately and the NFL. You know the defensive back position. The guys that Bryce Young will be throwing against here, what do they do to you when you watch them on tape?
Well, I think first of all they're all tall. They got great size. Kobe Bryant 6 foot. Sauce Gardner. I mean, the fact that we still call this man Sauce, kind of let you know the man can ball. You don't get to keep that name if you can't play good. Like if you're Sauce and you get burned, they're like, no, bro, you are Ahmad. That's your name. You're going by your regular name. So, but yes, Sauce is 6'3". So these guys are very tall. They play majority man-to-man coverage. That's what Cincinnati likes to really pride themselves on, is their man-to-man coverage in the back half. And also, the nickelback, Arquan Bush. He's the number 1 rated cornerback in the state of Ohio when he came out in 2018 during my research. So he chose to go to Cincinnati, not Ohio State. So all these guys can cover, and they're good. They're all got good height and size. But what I've seen on tape is this. Number 1, if Cincinnati comes out there and does exactly what they've shown on tape all year long and what they do on first, second, and third down, it's not going to be good enough. You'll make some plays, but you got to be able to be smart about this whole thing. You've had extra time to prepare and really be able to switch the looks up, because Bryce Young himself is too smart. He's going to know where these blitzes are coming from. He's going to know what you're going to be doing defensively. So you have to be able to mix up the look. Kind of like what Clemson did to Tua in the 2017 championship game, where they showed him some coverages early, but they played something completely different to try and catch him off guard, get you a turnover, and then that is how you'll be able to be successful. If I'm Cincinnati personally, I'm playing more zone than man-to-man coverage this game to give, these guys are really tall. They got long levers with their arms and their reachability, and their linebackers are big too. They all do a great job in the zone coverage. They just don't play that much of it. But I would try and focus on doing a little bit more of that to be successful, because I want this game to be a 4-quarter game. I don't want to get into where I'm looking at my guys like, oh, you guys are going to cover them. And yes, we're going to play man-to-man coverage, because that's what we do. But I want to try and do some things. I want to create big plays, because that's the one chance you get to win this game if you're Cincinnati.
When you've got a deep threat, when you got a speed guy like Jamison Williams that's a good receiver and a speed guy, he's not just a burner. He's got ball skills. As a defense, do you approach that and say, we're going to avoid manning up single coverage on him until we absolutely have to? Or do you test it early and see if you got that day? I mean, how do you approach that?
No, I think you have to test it, because that's what you normally do as a defense. You can't just all of a sudden, all right, we can play man or we're going to do some other things, but this guy we can't. You don't want to put a cape on him like that. He still puts his pants on the same way as everybody else. But you just got to understand what he does well and what he doesn't do well. Auburn has some success with Roger McCreary going one-on-one against him all game long. Follow him from the slot to the outside to the bathroom. Wherever he goes, you go with him. So I anticipate Cincinnati having some of these type of matchups, especially with the injury to John Mechie, to try and force some of their other receivers that haven't really been the main guys for Alabama all year long. They've made plays. They just haven't been the main guys. So, you try to make somebody else beat you. I'm looking at this game. If I'm Alabama, I'll flip it over for you guys real quick. Why does Alabama want to try and throw right into Cincinnati's strength? Cincinnati's strength is their defensive backfield. If I'm Alabama, I'm focused on Brian Robinson and running the football early. You want to get this game to a 3rd and short, 3rd and minimal type situation all game long. You want to stay in front of the chain, not behind them. And if you do that, almost like what you had against Ole Miss, where you're not really trying to traditionally win like that by running the ball 35, 40 times. But this is the game that takes that. Cincinnati runs a 3-down front. They're not as big and physical as you up front. You need to take advantage of that early, and then allow Bryce Young to win you the game through the air off of 2nd and 3rd down play action passes, and then 3rd and manageable.
Does that running approach that you're talking about, does that include, the great wideout Jamison Williams coming around on those little in sweep like plays? Does that factor into the running game, or is it just between the hash marks for you?
I would majority stay in between the hash marks, and then when I want to get it to Jameson, I want to just pick the ball up and throw it out there. We've got a couple blockers in front of him, specifically a tight end or two, too, some bigger bodies to get out there on space, and then now allow him to just run by guys. That's what he does. He's not trying to confuse anybody. The moment he comes in motion, everybody's antennas come up anyway. So we're not fooling anybody if we try and bring him in quick motion and pass it to him real quick. We're not going to fool anybody with that, because the moment he comes in motion, everybody's antennas immediately go up, because when they're talking about it, playing about it, you must know what Jamison Williams is at all times if you're Cincinnati's defense. So if anything, I would fake that and then be ready to do a slip screen to Brian Robinson, or now I'm ready to take the top off with somebody else. You just got to be smart about it offensively. I love these bowl games and how you have 2, 3, 4 weeks to prepare for a team. So you really get a deep, deep dive in. You're going to see some brand new flavors. You're going to see some different things that you haven't seen. And that is the unexpectedness that you get in bowl games. That's why you have upsets. You have teams win it that you do not expect to win. And it's just always so much more fun because there's so much more extra prep time that you get. And you get to throw the whole kitchen sink at it. If you're Cincinnati, I mean, there is no tomorrow. You're playing for this game, this moment right now. And, and you're a team that has not been in this moment. Alabama, we all understand, they play for championships there every year. So they're prepared. They will be ready to go because this is just a business trip for them as usual.
Roman Harper's with us on the Pepsi hotline. Is there a team that sort of reminds you of Cincinnati that's on Alabama's schedule this year? Are they like Ole Miss? Are they like Miami? Is there a team Alabama's faced that sort of matches up to what they'll see on Friday?
No, not at all. This Cincinnati team's different. I could say Ole Miss because the quarterback play of Matt Corral. Outside of Matt Corral, Desmond Ridder's going to be the best quarterback that Alabama's faced all year long. Cincinnati's offensive line has done a better job of protecting Desmond Ridder, and their running back is a little bit better than what Ole Miss has. But Ole Miss's defense is nowhere near as good as Cincinnati's defense as a whole, especially in the back half of what they do secondary-wise. Really just their corners. The safeties are just okay. The corners of Cincinnati match up really well. And also they have some big run-stopping linebackers as well in Beavers and another guy. They're both 6'4", 6'3", 240s. And so they're a big team. They're a physical team. They're not just like, you can't get caught up in just, the name on the nameplate on the front of their jersey that says Cincinnati. This is not your average team. This is a really good team. They deserve to be in this moment. They have 33 seniors. And you talk to them, you listen to what the coaches and the players are saying, all the pressers and things of that nature, is that they believe, they truly understand that they've been here, all the pressure that's been on them all year long, because they were the team that's supposed to break through and get to the finish line, to make it to the playoffs. They've achieved that goal. Now it's all about what do we do again. We got to get another win out there. And those 33 seniors that have all come back for this moment believe in themselves. They believe in each other in that room. And teams like that usually accomplish special things. So I'm really looking forward to this matchup. And the more I hear about these guys, listen to what they're saying in the press conferences, it really gives me a different sense of belief in this system, in this team, and what Desmond Ridder and this offense and Cincinnati's been able to accomplish all year long.
Roman Harper with us on the Pepsi hotline. And remember, with Alabama Power, their job is to keep the lights on, to keep you informed. You depend on them for that. Now they're rolling out new tools to keep you up to date, especially during storms. The new outage map lets you see outages in your area. Search by county, zip code, city, municipality, and use the live weather radar feature. Visit outagemap.alabamapower.com. Let's flip the page to take a quick look at Michigan and Georgia. This looks like a Michigan team, Harp. They average 42 carries per game. They love to run the football. Some people say that's all they can do on offense. That seems to play right into Georgia's hands.
I agree. So when you got two teams that like to win football games in the exact same way, it comes down to two things. It comes down to execution and turnovers, the most important stat in football. So whoever can execute their game plan. Punt is not a bad thing. You just don't want to turn the football over. And and both of these teams are really good defensively as well, but they're good in different ways, right? Michigan's really good up front with their defensive linemen, their two edge rushers, and David Ojabo and Aiden Hutchinson. These guys are creating pressure. They get after the quarterback. And so if you're Georgia, you want to stay out of the drop back game. You want to try and have success running the football then play action pass off of that. Michigan, the same way. They want to run the football, play action pass off of that, try and have big plays in the pass game. And it's just going to come down to execution, who doesn't turn the football over, understanding Jim Harbaugh in these big games, big moments. He loves to show how smart he is. Even in the NFL, he did the same thing when I was playing him. He's going to have a couple trick plays, reverse, double reverse, reverse pass, things like that. They all have their own DNA, these coaches in these situations. It's always so funny and interesting as I watch film and go back through my go-back tape and all my other notes that I've had throughout the years that some of these coaches never change over time. So it's going to be a great matchup because Michigan has been through the wars. They're very much so battle-tested. They had a tough game against Penn State. They had a great road win to start the season off against Wisconsin. I mean, it was ugly, but they won it. All right. And then you come down, they had a great comeback win versus Ohio State at home, where most of these Michigan teams will definitely just turn over and lay it down. They did not. They deserve to be in this moment. They played their best game all year in the championship game, in the Big Ten championship game. They're ready. This game is going to come down to execution, though, and which defense forces the most turnovers. And whoever does that is going to have the trophy at the end of it.
All right, he is Roman Harper. You see him on the SEC Network, the Alabama and NFL great on Twitter, at Harp41, on Instagram, at Harp_41. Go follow him in both those places, Harp41 on Twitter, Harp_41 on Instagram. Harp, have a great New Year, man. We always appreciate the breakdowns.
Thank you guys for having me, man. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care. That is Roman Harper with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
And part of our show being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy. Even though Rockstar's on vacation this week, Lunsford's picking up the singing duties for Adam Mestre. What's up, Lunsford?
You're putting me on the spot multiple times, making me sing for Adam Mestre. Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. So why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation, 205-422-0589, or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Lunsford, if you, while you're on the microphone there, if you can cue up cut 6, Desmond Ridder for us. I want you to hear Desmond Ridder talking about the approach. You heard Roman right there say something. Watching these guys on tape and then hearing them talk, he has grown more and more respect for this Cincinnati team. And I want you to listen to Desmond Ridder, who's going to tell you what his coach has been telling him about Alabama yesterday at the news conference. This is how he answered that. And then I want to ask you if you have gained respect for this Cincinnati team leading up to this game. Here's Desmond Ridder, their great quarterback.
You can learn a lot, and you obviously see what they're like physically on film, but you learn a lot from them more mentally, and how they approach the game, how they're gonna come prepared. And he really just lets you know, kind of what the Alabama culture is, just so, we're not just hit in the face when we get out there and, something may be a little different than what we think.
So Luke Fickell's prepared him not just for the opponent, but for the mindset they're going to play. Luke Fickell, as a head football coach, as a guy who runs this program, is very impressive to me. Respect that you have for the Cincinnati program going to this game, has it gone up as they've been paired with Alabama? Have you learned more about the program?
I mean, it's not even really that. I've got an immense amount of respect for a program that isn't a one-year flash in the pan. He's built this the right way. I mean, we just talked to Harp about a secondary that's got NFL guys in it. The best quarterback Alabama has faced other than Matt Corral. I mean, that's saying a lot. Yeah, Alabama's played a full Southeastern Conference schedule and Miami out of conference. And this is the best quarterback they have faced other than Matt Corral. If you agree with Harp on that, I mean, he's built this the right way. I mean, we talked about Jerome Ford.
And you know what's crazy about Desmond Ridder? Obviously, the guy's got a ton of experience, a 4-year starter. He's 43-5 as their starting quarterback. He was a 3-star coming out of the state of Kentucky. And Kentucky and Louisville both passed on him. Can you imagine if Kentucky would have had Desmond Ridder?
He's a modern day. Was it Dane Bradshaw? Wasn't Dane? No, Dane was from Memphis. Who was? Oh, it was Chris Lofton. You remember him?
Yeah,
Chris Lofton.
Gatorade
He's a modern
Player of the
day
Year.
Chris Lofton.
It's Phillip Rivers from up in Huntsville. In the Athens
we
area.
could probably do a lot of these.
Yeah.
But
that's unbelievable. LT and your point is that Kentucky had all the parts. They had receivers and running backs and offensive linemen and defensive linemen. The only thing that kept them from beating Georgia and being in the SEC championship and maybe being in a playoff is if they had a quarterback like Desmond Ridder, they may have been a playoff.
Yeah, and look, and I don't know how well he would have developed, but, back to y'all's point on this Cincinnati team that, won 11 games in a couple of years before the last 2 years going undefeated. I mean, it reminds you of what Chris Peterson actually built at Boise. And I'm almost willing to prepare myself to say this. I said there was one or two for sure Boise teams back in the day that would have been in the 14 playoff. I think this Cincinnati team might be better than those Boise teams. Really close.
Yeah, I mean, this Cincinnati team, they're not going anywhere, I don't think, Lance. I mean, Desmond Ridder will be going, these backs, Ford and all. But I think Fickell's building a program there. I think they can be, now they're going to the Big 12, so it's going to be a little bit different.
That's not me that different. That's what I was about to say, Lance, is that, and who was on the show yesterday? I think it was Luganville. Luganville talking about UCF being in such a good position moving to the Big 12. I think we could look 3 years from now when all these changes are done and the Big 12 championship game could be UCF versus Cincinnati very quickly. Those two teams, these two programs could become the bell cows of the Big 12.
Well, I mean, I don't know if maybe so. I mean, Baylor's the defending Big 12 champion, and they're not leaving. So, I mean, I think they've kind of become, once Oklahoma and Texas are going, Baylor, Oak State, those are kind of your alpha programs. But there's no reason Cincinnati and UCF.
But to
you guys tell me.
To LT's point, to your point, LT, though, 2017 UCF is of that Boise State ilk you were talking about. That team was good enough to be in a 14 playoff and maybe win a game just like the Cincinnati team is. And if you're able to turn out like 2017 UCF and 2021 Cincinnati, it's as good or better than what Baylor and Oklahoma State's turning out.
Well, think about it like this. So with the new Big 12, how that's going to be put together, the biggest market, I guess, will be TCU and Fort Worth. Outside of that, it's going to be UCF and Orlando and Cincinnati.
Yep.
So you've already got the biggest markets. You're already recruiting well to the American. You're going to be recruiting better to the Big 12. I think those programs get stronger.
I don't trust Gus Malzahn. I don't trust him to turn UCF into that type of team in the Big 12.
Maybe not.
I mean, I don't. I mean, Lance, I know you don't, Lance.
No.
You're not a big Gus Malzahn guy. I do trust Luke Fickell. And if he stays there, I do think that they can probably not run the Big 12, but I think they are competitive for the top spot in the Big 12. Yeah, I respect what he's done.
One other note on Desmond Ridder, 30 touchdown passes. He is one touchdown pass away from the Cincinnati school record. How about these two names? Gunnar Kiel, we all remember him, and Ben Mock, who all have not even the more popular of the Mock brothers. They're tied for the all-time Cincinnati record with 30 touchdown passes. So Desmond Ridder has a chance with one more to set that record there at Cincinnati. So Ben Mock, who is Matty Mock, right? That was the Nick Saban quarterback at LSU.
Yeah, Matt Mock. Yep.
I get them. Yeah, Matt Mock. Was it there one more? I thought there were 3 Mocks. Maybe I'm incorrect.
But Matty Mock, when he came off the bench that beat the powerful Tennessee team.
Yeah, one of the biggest to this day, I guess, one of the biggest upsets in SEC championship game history.
Yeah. So there you go. A little history there, tying it all together here in Dallas as we work our way towards Trash with LT, which is up next. We started earlier today, so Trash a little earlier going next. Clay Travis at the top of the hour, part of our show today, being brought to you by our friends right there with Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling and Vulcan Gin, the official drink of the 2022 World Games as they come to Birmingham. And I saw the sign yesterday driving downtown towards the airport. We're under 200 days away from the World Games. So you'll hear a lot about the World Games later on this spring and summer. Right here with our next round and Double Down Media family, and we're excited about Redmont Vodka being a part of the World Games. LT.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package, including Peak Package at the Beverage Place and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle this holiday season of Redmont Vodka.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees, from residential to commercial. One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Life never stops moving. Between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety you expect, you can lose track of the miles and focus on what really matters, the memories made along the way. Stop in today. Vehicle safety you can depend on. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Back with you on The Next Round today as we broadcast live from Dallas. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Pratco Outdoor Brands, as I try to find the copy here in Dallas at the Omni. Just our setup, LT. You would love this. We're in this secure area, but this place is huge. You've been here before. It's huge. I mean, it's a 2 city blocks to the bathroom.
That's probably an overstatement. I think it's a bit of an overstatement. It's a hall to the bathroom.
Well, I'm looking at the end of this long hallway, and that's a city block.
Do you need a rascal?
Hey, people are wanting us to steal. You can see them.
Yeah, what are those
right
signs?
there? What are they?
Yeah, like the round, almost stone-looking thing with the red in the center.
Yeah, it's that Pegasus. I guess it's like the city logo or something. That red Pegasus horse.
Will it come off the wall if you shake it hard enough?
I don't know. I can go try, but people are wanting us to try to still want to bring them back to the studio, or they're asking how we're not using them for target practice. Lance Wood, with his trash stories coming up, he tried to throw them at him.
That's right. But anyway, our friends at Pradco bringing us the outdoor bundle this holiday season. You still get it all the way through December the 31st. Shopping for that outdoor enthusiast in your life moving to the new year. Save 40% with the Pradco Outdoor Brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle. The bundle includes a trail camera, deer feeder, hand warmer, and scent elimination spray from your favorite hunting brands, Moultrie, Summit, and Decode by Code Blue. Purchase online via the Moultrie, Summit, or Code Blue websites. That offer ends December 31st, but you're saving 40% and you get free shipping on all the bundles. Before we do trash, LT, wasn't the basketball arena that the Mavericks originally played in here, was it Reunion?
It was.
Arena?
Yep.
Is that it right there? The horizon right there?
I think it is.
Is it still standing?
I don't know. Let me look on my phone here.
Over here, because obviously they moved downtown. What is it? What's it called now where the Mavericks play?
American Airlines.
American Airlines, which did you like that arena when we went to the basketball game and didn't see Steph Curry play?
I kind of thought it was weird, Lance. I don't know about you.
It's like a big Opry House, a lot of weird suites.
Yeah, I thought it was the layout, and it was almost like a maze trying to get in and out of it.
Yeah, I wasn't real crazy about it, to be honest with you. That is the K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center, Jim, that you see.
It's on that blue sign right there, Brown.
What? Oh, that is not Reunion Arena. I don't know if Reunion Arena still exists.
Well, is there a chance they just renamed it?
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, I don't know what else that would be.
It is now a parking lot.
Yeah,
I think.
Reunion?
Yeah.
Is? Okay.
Didn't they used to have
they had a big rodeo there.
No, where did they used to do the wrestling here? Lunsford, you probably remember.
It had to be at Reunion.
Was it at Reunion?
I have no idea.
Wasn't there like a sportatorium or something like that?
No, I think Reunion was the only big arena there.
Oh, okay.
The Dallas Sportatorium.
They used to do big wrestling, like the Von Erichs used to wrestle in Dallas, and I thought it was like something called the Sportatorium or something like that.
Where I would do my laundry. I'm at the Dallas Sportatorium. I do my laundry in the 90s.
It's the Washateria.
All right, let's do trash today with LT. It is brought to you every day by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Lunsford.
Congratulations, The Cure Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees 2019. Are you as excited as I am?
By the sounds of it, no.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, the holidays are here, and so is your chance to put a little extra money in your pocket by getting a cash-out refi with our friends at Mortgage Right. Whether it's college tuition, home improvements, or a one-way ticket anywhere, the refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. They're committed to bringing you an easier and faster cash-out refinance experience, so visit mortgagerite.com/TNR. Cash out before the holidays end. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with fireworks exploding in a Russian supermarket crowded with 500 shoppers. Now, people abandoned their shopping carts and ran for cover as the supermarket turned into a war zone, according to reports, with rockets streaking over the aisles. So just imagine being in your local Publix and fireworks are everywhere. Now, the fireworks were on sale for a New Year holiday, but the reason they were ignited was not clear. Now, heroic shoppers reacted to grab fire extinguishers to put out the blaze. What happened was a disgruntled shop worker burnt down the superstore that he worked at in Russia after being told off by his boss after a price tag mix-up, according to police.
Little mix-up.
According to reports, Alexander Schneider, 33 years old, had been changing price tags on items at the superstore he worked at when he was reprimanded by his manager. Fed up with being complained at over his work, Schneider allegedly doused a box of fireworks in alcohol and ignited it before leaving the store.
Wow.
I bet it was cheap vodka, not the good stuff from Redmont. I can hear him right now saying, "A Red Dawn on aisle 4, Red Dawn on aisle 4."
He went on to say, quote, to his confession to police, "There was a white spirit on the counter. I just started spraying it, set the whole thing on fire. As soon as it went up, I saw a guard try to run and extinguish it. They were screaming, panic. I just turned around, put my coat on, and went home."
It's the way to do it. Just put your coat on and head to the house. I've had enough.
Ironically, some people did that at Chernobyl, too.
How about this headline? Missouri woman accused of killing boyfriend with sword.
We get a lot of sword killings in trash.
Woman accused of killing her boyfriend with a sword on Christmas Eve. She was in the spirit.
Oh, come on.
Due to appear in court on Monday, 11:05 on Christmas Eve. Police department responded to a 911 call. They said the caller reported she had killed her boyfriend with a sword. Love to hear that 911 call. Officers found the woman, identified as 32-year-old Brittany Wilson, at the doorway to the home. Police say they found her deceased boyfriend, Harrison Foster, 34, in the bedroom with what appeared to be multiple stab wounds. According to officers, Wilson said she and Foster had taken some meth earlier in the day. Police also told officers she believed Foster had several other entities living inside of his body. Officers said she claimed that Foster was harvesting body parts from individuals as well. Wilson told officers that by stabbing Foster, she was, quote, setting him free of his entities.
Well,
yeah. Well, good for her. She's a giver of stab wounds.
And a getter of jail time.
It's a different Christmas carol there in their house. 'Twas the night before Christmas. Nothing was stirring, not even my boyfriend. That's the 911 call there. That's what it sounds like.
After allegedly stabbing him a total of 3 times, then she called police. She was taken into custody, charged with first-degree murder.
That's you, Lance. One of your most famous comments. You made it early in our time together, and you've gone back to it frequently. What is it? Tequila will get you anywhere you want to go.
Anywhere you want to go. Yeah.
Yeah. Anytime we have a story about meth or bath salts.
Don't understand it. Now, I'm sure somebody sent somebody with a sword on tequila, but it will get you wherever you want to go. This next story is
today. That's what I'm going to do. Tequila for me today.
Okay.
Tequila Tuesday.
I'm going to give you the headline, and you tell me if you even believe this. Australian man, quote, stuck in Israel since 2013, cannot leave for 8,000 years thanks to a divorce law.
Wow. I don't think he's going to live that long. You really don't have to worry about it.
Australian citizen's 2000 trip to Israel to be with his children turned out to be the most unfortunate decision he ever made. With his estranged wife, an Israel national, seeking a divorce from him, he has to pay over $3 million towards child support. If he doesn't, he can't leave the country for a very long time, nearly 8,000 years, all thanks to a specific local law. Now, according to a report, Noam Hupert, 44, is barred from leaving Israel, even for holiday or work, until December 31st of 9,999.
Just a small
what's
typo.
really funny? Alabama plays at Louisville that year.
I bet. Will Saban still be
finally
coaching?
got a good one. You've tried 3 stories now. You got to go with there, though.
Will Saban still be coaching?
You know, in all seriousness, it doesn't surprise me with their old school laws there that doesn't, go down to his descendants. If you're going all the way back in time, it's not surprising, or it is surprising to me. It doesn't also say even your offspring, children, your family tree can't leave until
That's very old. That's very Old Testament.
Until the $3 million.
Are you just saying that because it's Israel?
Yeah, I was just saying that that part of the world, the Middle East, some laws were very strict. It wouldn't surprise me if until the family paid off $3 million, nobody in the family could leave.
Now, the report said he moved to Israel in 2012 so he could be closer to his 2 young children, then aged 1-year-old and 5 years old after his wife returned to her country in 2011. With the wife soon moving, an Israel court seeking divorce and child support, Hupert was issued a stay of exit order due to his monthly future debt of 5,000 Israel shekels until the children turned 18. He has been stuck in the country ever since. I would think there's some kind of deal they can work out, right?
Yeah, you would have to think we could minimize
Pay
that.
$3 million.
I think 8,000 years is a bit excessive.
3,000 seems a little excessive too.
I would agree. I mean, that's cutting it by more than half, though. We gave.
Okay, we've got a UK woman. She is 34 years old, Sarah Day. She has deemed herself a, quote, professional cave woman. She survives on roadkill, including repurposing the skin and bones of dead animals.
What do you imagine her breath is like?
Now, the Essex resident says she makes her money as a school teacher who educates children on history and survival skills. Day claimed that she, quote, eats roadkill at least once a week, although there isn't always an animal on the side of the road, she went on to say. My freezer is full of roadkill finds, which is handy during the winter because I can defrost a deer or rabbit and make a hearty stew. She continued, adding the flavor of rats is, quote, very similar to squirrel. It's mild and sweet, tastes a bit like chicken, but much nicer.
I don't know how it's going to turn out because I left town, but just out of my neighborhood out on the 280, a deer got hit. And if they don't come scoop those things up, man,
it smells bad.
Well, I mean, they eventually swell and explode. So it's about all that can happen there.
Yep, it does. Our Uber driver last night from the airport, there was one part of the interstate where we hit. He apparently hit a skunk on the way over. That got so.
Did he light one up
I
with
think,
the car?
I think he vaped.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I thought I was the only one smelling it. I was like, my God.
It's so inconspicuous to hit the vape, and it smells nothing like strong weed, right?
It smelled like the devil's lettuce in here. I didn't know what was going on.
Okay, I've got.
But I accidentally, LT. You know, you have that option now to where you leave it. It's checked on mine. I had to uncheck it, but I just leave it checked. It says no conversation, no blah blah blah. And so mine, it says no conversation. So the Uber drivers aren't even talking to me anymore, right? Because it says no conversation. So nobody's talking in this ride.
Oh, I didn't know you could check that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And
So
about
you
halfway,
you check yours, no conversation.
the first time I'd ever seen it was last night, and it was on default, no conversation for me. Maybe he checked it, knowing my history, saying he didn't want me to talk to him. Maybe it's the driver saying, "Don't talk to me."
I didn't know that was a thing. Did you guys know that was a thing?
I didn't even know that way had checked that, but I appreciated it because I was solely focused on Dolphins Saints. That's the only thing on in the car is my phone playing the Monday Night Football game.
Nobody's talking, and
Nobody's talking.
Then all of a sudden, you're like, "Oh my God, the smell of pot!
It smells like a skunk."
Okay, I've got shower thoughts for you guys.
All right.
How about this first one? Cell phones bring us closer to people that are far away and separates us from people that are nearby.
Boy, that is a great point.
It really is.
You're absolutely right.
That's a deep thought, yeah.
Here's another deep thought. The number of people who are older than you never gets bigger.
Think about that. Yeah, you're right. From day one, that number starts to shrink every single day.
Okay, say that again for me.
The number of people who are older than you never gets bigger.
I mean,
That's
because
another deep,
ultimately
sad thought.
from the day you're born, you're starting to die.
Yeah.
Well, think about this. We used to think that college players looked old watching them.
Yep.
And then you think NFL players looked old. And then you think college coaches looked old and NFL coaches looked old. And now we're older than all of them.
Yeah, I know. It is sad.
Yeah, when I stopped doing television over at CBS 42, when they moved me to mornings on Jocks with you guys, and I left television, I used to be the young guy in the newsroom. And then when I left CBS 42, I was the oldest person in the newsroom.
Really? Art Franklin's older than you, isn't he?
He was.
He wasn't there yet?
We worked different shifts.
Is Art Franklin older than you, though?
I think he is, yeah.
Is Sherry older than you?
I don't think she is.
Are you still under
At least
contract? You can't admit it?
Yeah, at least admittingly, she's not older than me. So I had become Bill Bolin. I had grown into Country Boy Eddie. I was Bill Bolin.
What would you say, Brown? Brown, I'll put you on the spot. Who's older, Dunaway or Sherry Jackson?
Dunaway.
I don't know.
Seriously?
I've got no idea how old Sherry is.
I think it's tight. Okay, here's another.
I would say Art probably 62, 63.
I would have no guess, but I was watching him when I was in college.
Yeah.
Another shower thought. The Grinch had an amazing aerobatic capacity considering his heart. Aerobic capacity considering his heart was 3 times the size too small.
I bet he smelled good, too, though.
You think the Grinch did? He lived in trash.
I was just going with
He was very active, though.
Yeah, Lance is right. I mean, for a guy that had a weird heart, he did do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but it was hard to get up that hill, though.
How about this
little
one?
dog didn't help.
We were told as kids not to take rides from strangers. Now we all use Uber.
That is so true.
I don't really get this next one. Help me out. The reason Mickey Mouse has a dog, Pluto, is to keep the cats away.
Because he's a mouse. You don't want the cats to come get you, so you have a dog to keep the cats away.
But he's a big mouse.
He is a big mouse.
Well, there's
It would take
bigger
a large
cats out
cat to
there.
get him. Yeah.
Okay, here's another
Obviously,
shower thought.
Lunsford contributing a trash today.
I gotta
Defending
defend it.
his shower thought there. Way to go.
Another one. On average, people travel significantly faster while they're seated than they do on their feet.
That is true.
And final shower thought. We are closer, this is going to blow your mind, to 2030 than we are to 2012.
Wow. Man.
Depressing shower thoughts, Lunsford.
I hate the shower thoughts that made us make us feel so old.
Way to go, Lunsford.
I'm still in my prime. I don't care.
I know, it's true.
And this trash brought to you today by the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, if you're ready to make some major money moves, but your bank account is at a standstill, our friends at Mortgage Right, they can help you get the ball rolling with the cash out refi, pay off debt, renovate your home, whatever it is you need. It's in your future if you have the home equity to back it up. With refinancing experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help guide you through the process with ease. Visit them today. Go to mortgageright.com.
We started the show early today at 7 a.m. because of the Auburn game that kicks at 11 o'clock. Remember, right after the Auburn game, we'll have a live reaction show from here in Dallas and from back in Birmingham as we react to Auburn's game with Houston. Sold out at Protective Stadium today, 11 o'clock kick. Right afterwards on all of our video platforms, you'll be able to join us for reaction to the Auburn. Hopefully Auburn win over Houston. We'll get reaction to that and what's going on today at Cincinnati, being brought to you in part today by our friends at Dr. Pepper, also by Culver's, by our friends at Hemp Hill, by our friends at Wayne's, and by our friends at Champy's Chicken, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, and the great folks at Champy's Chicken, also bringing you this hour of the next round every day. Always hour number 3 brought to you by Champy's Chicken. 3's the magic number. They sponsor hour number 3, and there's no magical place for lunch today than Sterling's Place. Champy's world-famous chicken, those tamales, chicken on a stick, and unbelievable chicken platters right there. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. More from the Cotton Bowl next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2019.
but I've been a beach bum for as long as I can remember. My folks took us down to the Gulf every summer, and even now, I can't wait to get back. Thanks to the freedom and flexibility of my new job, I know my next beach trip is never far away. In the meantime, I'm making great money, get paid to work out, and even have a take-home car to save miles on mine. Best of all, I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their lives. That's a job that makes a difference. Not bad for a beach bum, huh?
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Seeing some pictures from folks down at Protective Stadium, sold out today for the Auburn game. Looks really good down there. Can't wait for the kick coming up at 11 o'clock. We'll talk more about that game in a second after LT tells us about the great folks at Ship Happens.
Yes, in today's ever-changing market, your supply chain major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on time, and affordable shipments, they are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens, they've got the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident, ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
All right, Auburn head coach Brian Harsin on the young guys getting a chance to showcase their talents today for Auburn against Houston.
The whole purpose of the bowl game is to win it. So those guys will get their reps. And naturally, some guys are getting more opportunities because other guys aren't playing. They're not available or they're not here, one way or another. So guys are naturally going to get their opportunities in practices. You do that early on just because you're really working on your base stuff so everybody gets to participate in practice. And then as you get closer to the game, you got to really tighten it up and get ready to go out there and play the best guys that you need to have on the field to win the game. So there's that theory. I know I've always heard people say that it's more practice time, it's all that. And I understand it, and that does happen during bowl prep, but the main focus is winning the game.
A pretty interesting matchup today. LT, you were not with us when we interviewed Stan earlier. What do you think of Auburn and Houston today?
I think it's going to be a tight game. Again, this is a Houston team that won 11 games this year. You look at their defense, they get after the quarterback, averaging almost 3.5 sacks per game, which was 5th in the FBS. They only allow 3.3 yards per carry, which was 13th nationally. So not only do they have a really good quarterback in Clayton Tune, they've also got a really good defense to pair it with. So I think Auburn's got their work to cut out for them. If they can keep a clean pocket for TJ Finley, I think Auburn will have success.
Yeah, I think what you worry about with Auburn's defense is no McCreary, no McClain. Zion Puckett is still in an arm brace after that surgery after the Iron Bowl. Up the middle of that defense and that secondary, that's a lot to be concerned about.
Yeah,
So
it comes down to
we've seen this all.
Comes down to pride for me,
LT.
Dunaway. The last time Auburn lost 5 consecutive games to end a season, do you guys have any idea when this was?
Last time they lost 5 consecutive in the season?
Yep.
You would initially say 2012 under Chizik, but I think they had that. I think it was Alabama State they played before the Iron Bowl.
The gimme game, yeah.
It's been
I don't know.
It's been 71 years, 1950.
Jeez.
They went 0-10, and it's hard to, I just remember this today when I was, going through some notes that they've lost 4 consecutive games to end the season.
Yeah, that's crazy, and that's the Standifer Insurance stat of the day, brought to you by our friends at Standifer.
Yeah, it's a great time to do an insurance checkup. Call this number with your coverages. Have your coverages ready. What you pay each month. 664-3200, 664-3200. Let them run the numbers for you at the Standifer Insurance Group, StandifferInsuranceGroup.com.
And Clay Travis coming up at the top of the hour. We still have a 3 and out to do, and LT has got a lock today as well. 5 bowl games coming up. Part of our 3 and out will be which would be a bigger upset today. UCLA over NC State, West Virginia or Minnesota. Think about that. Don't give me an answer yet. That'll be in our 3 and out. But a couple of interesting games tonight, and it kicks off with Auburn now just a little over an hour away down at Protective Stadium. Already Stan White on the show and Roman Harper. That is podcasted at nextroundlive.com. We're live. Final hour of the show is coming up. And don't forget, when Auburn is done, we are back live in Dallas immediately on all of our video platforms. And we'll react to the Auburn game, win or lose for the Tigers, coming up today on our Double Down Media social platforms as the next round broadcasts live from the Cotton Bowl on the playoff semifinals with Alabama and Cincinnati on the horizon. We'll talk to Clay Travis about that next, right here on the show that's being brought to you by the folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, it's the University of Montevallo. Short drive from anywhere you're watching or listening. A great value when it comes to tuition, according to U.S. News and World Report. A beautiful campus, according to Southern Living. Find out why so many people call Montevallo home, including my daughter, and I'm an alum too. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu for that in-person tour for the final hour coming up from the Big D.
Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Find your next set of Michelin tires at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on the Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show, we'll talk to Clay Travis momentarily. And we'll set the headlines for you right now. It's brought to you, LT, by our great friends at Sympio. Sympio, the first call we made right here.
I think Lance stepped away.
Oh, Lance stepped away. Well, Sympio was the first
They
call we
were,
made.
Jim.
Yeah, there's
They
no
were.
doubt
You
about
know what
that.
they do? It's the things that give you the headache, right? Primarily like the HR, the payroll, all those things, right? The 4 pillars that give you the headache of running any business. They take
right.
that off your plate. The benefits. My wife says we got the best benefits we've ever had.
The first thing we asked, who's going to handle payroll for us?
That's right.
It was Sympio that handled the
Sympio
payroll.
does all of that for us. They can do it for
HR.
you. They are trusted. They're one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Sympio.com, Sympeo, Sympio.com.
And, there are people all over the Southeast who've listened to the show and signed up with Sympio.
That's right.
And you don't have to be a new company, too. You could be one that you're just not happy with everything. Want to take that off your plate? Sympio is the people to call right there. Your headlines this hour before we talk to Clay Travis includes the fact that Auburn is about to kick off as a slight favorite over Houston 1 hour from now at the sold-out 15th annual Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl. 15th is the big anniversary game for the Birmingham Bowl. 15 years, the first one in Protective Stadium, 47,100 strong down there. Troy has hired Joe Craddock from UAB. The Briarwood Star is now the offensive coordinator down at Troy. Chip Lindsey leaves after being fired as the head coach at Troy, goes to FAU briefly. According to reports now, is the OC with Gus Malzahn back at UCF. Didn't think those two would end up together. The Dolphins, a big win last night over the Saints, 20-3. We'll talk about everything going on here in Dallas with Clay Travis now. Brown.
The founder of Outkick. You see him on Fox Sports, and at Clay Travis on Twitter. He's with us now on the Pepsi Hotline. What is up, Clay? How are you today?
I'm doing well. I'm sitting on the beach, so hard to be doing badly down here, trying to survive the winter of death.
Yes. I mean, every time we talk to you, you were in Key West last week. Now you're, I guess you're at your house down in 30A. I mean, it's full beach December for you.
I try to spend several months a year down here now. So, the remote stuff makes it pretty easy to work from anywhere. So why wouldn't you work from the beach if you can?
Yeah, I agree completely. I don't disagree with that at all. The college football playoffs kick off on Friday. When you look at this Cincinnati team, we were discussing them earlier. They're moving to the Big 12 with Central Florida. Could you see those two teams becoming the power? I don't trust Gus Malzahn, so I'd say no to Central Florida. Could you see Luke Fickell and Cincinnati running that league at some point in the near future?
You could. I mean, I think the question becomes how committed long-term is Luke Fickell to Cincinnati? The way that these jobs opened up, to his credit, he didn't pull a Brian Kelly and try to leverage a good season and bail on his team, which would have been pretty difficult to justify. But I wonder how long he's going to stay there. And I'm with you in that I don't really trust Gus Malzahn, although, Gus Malzahn's flaw, to the extent there was one, was erratic play sometimes in conference where, he just lost a game or two out of nowhere and then bounced back up and beat Nick Saban or Les Miles or whoever it was to kind of preserve his job. You don't really have to get your team up every week if you're Central Florida and you really have things rolling. It's a little bit like Clemson, right? Or USC back in the day. I don't know that it'll happen because we've seen typically in the Big 12 all sorts of chaos break out unless you're Oklahoma. But I don't think it's crazy to believe that one of those teams could be the new Oklahoma, particularly to me, Central Florida, just because they're going to have by far the best recruiting base, I think. I mean, look, I know you've got Texas if you're Texas Tech or TCU, but neither of those schools are very highly ranked in terms of getting best players in Texas. And I think Central Florida will be able to grab a few more relative to everybody else in the conference.
I'm interested if there's a comparison for you of what Cincinnati has done to maybe a little bit of what Boise State did back earlier this century, or maybe to the road TCU took to eventually get to the Big 12 like Cincinnati, where they were in Conference USA. I think they were in the Mountain West, and then they finally worked their way back into a major power conference. It's been a pretty crazy ride for Cincinnati to be sitting here now game week of a college football playoff game.
Well, I think Boise was actually more consistent, right? I mean, the number of years that they were in the mix to make a playoff, and they would have made, I believe, if I'm correct, in the BCS standings, a 4-team playoff. They were just never able to crack the code to get into a 2-team BCS. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think they finished in the top 4 at some point in time. There just wasn't the 4-team playoff in existence yet, and they were there for longer. So we'll see whether Cincinnati has the staying power. I think one reason why Boise was there for a while was because Chris Peterson said no to a lot of different suitors before he finally left for Washington. And I'm curious to see, again, what Luke Fickell's long-range commitment is or lack thereof to Cincinnati.
Even though Clay, he developed a Heisman Trophy quarterback and at times had a dominant offense this year, there is still a lot of criticism of Bill O'Brien among Alabama fans. They feel like he's just quote unquote too pro coach to be a really good college offensive coordinator. You're close to the NFL, being there in Nashville with the Titans and close to that division. Do you think there's a hunger for Bill O'Brien to be an NFL head coach again after what he did in Houston? Because coaching wasn't really the issue for him in Houston. It was more the general manager side of his job.
Well, yeah, look, the reality is most of NFL success is quarterback play. I mean, that's just the reality, right? Bill Belichick's the greatest coach in NFL history. Last year when he had Cam Newton, who I think it's fair to say if you've watched Cam Newton play with the Panthers, is a shell of the former Cam Newton that was great at Auburn and great early in these years when he won an MVP and took the Panthers to the Super Bowl, of what Cam was capable of there. Bill Belichick looked like a mediocre to bad coach. And now that he's got Mac Jones, that he's gotten at least back to reasonable nature of success. I mean, he looks like a good coach. So I think coaching is everything in college football. I think quarterback play is everything in the NFL. And so if Bill O'Brien, when he had Deshaun Watson, I think the credit you can probably give to Bill O'Brien is he won a decent number of games even without a really accomplished quarterback before they got Deshaun Watson. And then all this Deshaun Watson craziness has happened, obviously. So we'll see what ends up happening with him. But if you go back and look at the teams and the quarterbacks that Bill O'Brien won with to win the AFC South, he did a pretty doggone good job.
Clay Travis with us on the Pepsi Hotline. Speaking of coaching, Nick Saban, imagine him if he beats Cincinnati and beats Georgia or Michigan and wins another national championship with this team. His first and Alabama's first Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. But other than that, the parts around him nowhere close to what they were last year. What's left to say about this? What's left to say about this guy?
Yeah, I think it's a lot like Brady, honestly, where, Brady's got, 7 Super Bowls? I think if I'm right, Saban, what does he have, 6 or 7 national championships?
7.
7, 6 at Bama and 1 at LSU, right? I don't know that there's very much. I think he's 8-3 in the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. So in that scenario, he would go to 10-3 in the playoff, which obviously would be a really, really good record. But similar to Brady, I don't really think there's very much more that can be said. I mean, I think Nick Saban is the most dominant college football coach of all time. And, there's an argument that he is the greatest if you consider how competitive college football is now compared to in years past where, let's be honest, I think there was even more of a gap between the haves and the have-nots in the 60s and the 70s and the 50s and all those times when, very frankly, I wasn't alive to be watching college football, so it's hard to judge, but you didn't have scholarship limitations. You had monster rosters. So I think there's a strong argument Nick Saban is the greatest college football coach of all time. Certainly he's the most dominant. I think greatest of all time is probably just a function of how many years he's done it. And I don't know. I mean, if he coaches for 6 or 7 more years, which doesn't seem like an outlandish goal for him, given that, what is he, just turned 69 or just turned 70? And he doesn't appear to be slowing down very much.
70, right?
It is 70.
70.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, that is pretty incredible, Clay. We've often joked about because I think Bear Bryant retired at 69. Is that right?
Yeah.
Go find a photo of retired Bear Bryant and current Nick Saban, and they don't look anything alike. I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah, well, I think partly that's just a function of, people are a lot healthier today than they were back in those days, right? In terms of the way they take care of themselves. You look around at the beach sometimes when you're down here, and you can barely tell the difference between, a 45-year-old mom and a 22-year-old sorority girl. It's just people are just in better shape. They take care of themselves better, and I think that factors in whether you're Tom Brady and you're sitting around at 44 years old. I mean, look at the pictures of Brady compared to usual 44-year-old guys, or look at Nick Saban compared to sort of old school guys back in the day who had, really not lived that healthy of a lifestyle.
All right, Thursday, Tennessee plays Purdue. I have always said, and that's in the Music City Bowl, by the way, is what I'm talking about, 3 o'clock ESPN. I've always said that I think we way overrate bowls. Like, there's momentum for a team that won a bowl or a team that lost a bowl. They don't have the momentum going into next year. I think that's overblown. I do think, however, as critical as I was of the Josh Heupel hire, he's done a good job this year. He's got momentum going into next season right now. As a Tennessee fan guy, Clay, and a guy that lives in Nashville, where there are a ton of Tennessee fans that'll be at this game, is this how important is this game for Josh Heupel playing in front of those fans with that type of momentum he's got?
Well, I think if you just look at where Tennessee was when Josh Heupel took over, coming off of 3-7, NCAA investigation, maybe the most gutted program in history in terms of players that were leaving in the transfer portal. And for Josh Heupel to take over there, for him in year one to develop Hendon Hooker as a top 10 or 15 quarterback in college football, if you look at the stats. And to me, to answer your question, where he is now, he was by far the best first-year coach in all of college football. And no matter what happens, I think Tennessee will win. I think Tennessee will beat Purdue and get to 8-5. The biggest victory that Tennessee is going to have in the entire offseason is Hendon Hooker coming back for another year. Because, you feel really good if you're a Tennessee fan right now about having a top 10 or 15 quarterback coming back, even with all of the threats from the NCAA, which, by the way, have been resolved, and there's not going to be some massive long-range impact there for Tennessee. Even with all those clouds hanging over, Heupel finished with a top 15-esque recruiting class, and Tennessee should be set. I really believe this. If you look at the schedule, to win 8 or 9 games next year and I think Tennessee's going to be the second best team in the East behind Georgia next year. So second best in the East probably puts you top 5 or top 6 in the SEC for year 2. Should have a decent chance to get a top 10 recruiting class with Heupel, and the team's going to score an awful lot of points on the offensive side of the ball. And you'd hope that you can get 2 or 3 starters out there in the transfer portal as well when things are done, before all is said and done. And I would think it'd be a pretty attractive location to go to if you're looking to move and you're on the offensive side of the ball for sure, because you're going to catch a lot of balls, or you're going to have a lot of offensive success.
All right, he is on Twitter at Clay Travis, and you can see him on Fox, and read him at Outkick and follow them, obviously, at Outkick. Clay, enjoy the beach, man. Have a great New Year. We'll see you next week.
All right, appreciate y'all. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you. That is Clay Travis with us, and he joins us on the Peg Hotline.
Always amazing that Clay joins us on vacation days and such like that. He's been with us consistently
he never misses
since the beginning. Always is there.
Never paid him a dime.
And just never paid him a dime. And he just got named the second most influential sports media figure behind only Stephen A. Smith, and one spot ahead of Charles Barkley for this past year.
That's saying a lot. Stephen A. is pretty influential, no joke.
Yeah, and we'd have to pay Stephen A. quite a bit to join our show probably on a regular basis, and Barkley and Clay do it anytime we call.
That is true. I've actually heard, believe it or not, ESPN employees are pretty fond of Stephen A. Smith.
Oh.
Now, he makes a lot of money, so
I
a lot of
think
times that creates some tension between you and, lower down the rung. But the one thing I've always heard is, as much money as he makes at ESPN, he realizes he gets paid that for a reason. And just about anything they ask him to do, he says yes.
And he never, ever, ever looks like he's not fully engaged.
That is right. And
he brings the energy every time.
Yeah, like I heard it was like some ESPN producer one time talking like on SportsCenter, something happens, they call Stephen A. and he's like, yeah, I'll be on.
That's right.
Let me just dial up satellite.
Yeah. Meanwhile, everyone else is like, well, I've got I'll do it, no problem.
I don't have any makeup on.
Does that count one of my hits?
Yeah, I know. I'm not wearing a suit. Yeah, I'm going to pass.
So I like Stephen A. has grown on me. It took a while for me to
an acquired taste
to get used to it, but I really like him, and I appreciate Clay and Charles as well, what they have done for our show over the years. Part of our show being brought to you today by Greg from Pell City. I appreciate what Greg's done for our show for years and years, and I hope you guys appreciate what Greg could do for you right now. So many of you, whether you're in the Farmfolio chat room, talking to us on Twitter, or just listening and viewing today as we're broadcasting live from Dallas, so many of you have experienced what Greg does for a living, and that is restoring your roof. Eventually, you've got to do that to your house. It's not a permanent roof forever and ever and ever. Amen. After 4, 5, 10 years, depending on storms, wear and tear, weather, your roof wears out. And if you haven't had the roof inspected in a while, that's where Greg from Pell City comes in. He'll give you a free no-cost inspection with no obligation. Free no-cost inspection. You call this number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just go to Facebook and look up Greg from Pell City. You can contact him that way as well. But Storm Restoration Roofing, they'll let you know, Greg will, on whether or not you need any roof repairs. They work great with the insurance companies. They have built up a trust of 20 years where the insurance companies will say, man, if Greg from Pell City says they need a new roof or they need half a roof, we'll cover it for them because Greg's not going to lie to you. That's how you get an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and great warranties as well. Check them out. It is Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection. You were about to say something. before I interrupted you.
I've got to go back in the Farm Folio chat room. I don't know if Lance is back in studio, but he'd get a kick out of this. It's going to take me a second.
I'm here, by the way, Brown.
Okay. Somebody was asking, because they were asking if I was from the Geico commercial, if I was Dunaway's Dr. Rick, because we were talking about your age and how you're the old guy, and am I the guy that, you're becoming your parents? And Lance, I did laugh. It's so funny. Somebody asked that in the Farm Folio chat room, because I got to the airport in Birmingham earlier than Jim yesterday, and we were on the same flight. So I was the gate before him, and I just whooped down a sandwich. And Jim comes walking up, and he's holding his paper ticket.
We're off to a bad start.
I immediately thought the commercial. We're off to a bad start.
Well, I don't never know what all we have to do at the airport nowadays, right? So I did the kiosk to check in, but I printed a boarding pass because I hit all the buttons. I was like, "Do you want a boarding pass?
Sure,
Do you want
I'll
to check
take a
it
boarding
back?"
pass.
I was like, "Yeah." So boom, and it prints it out. I don't want to leave it sitting there.
I still do the paper ticket. The roommate tries to tell me you put it in your wallet, your Apple Wallet. I don't know how to do that.
You do. It's so easy. Yeah.
I can pull you up. I've got the app. I had the boarding pass downloaded and everything there. But on the kiosk where I scanned where I scanned my phone, the kiosk says, I have to print the one thing from my bag. Do you want a boarding pass? I hit yes and yes because I didn't know what all I needed. So, and I went up. But I'll tell you, as soon as I get up to the Southwest, the lady there is like, "Hey, is there any media stuff in this bag?" And I'm like, "How do you even know I'm with the media?" And she's like, "Well, I'm a big fan of the show, first off, and your buddy was by here a few minutes earlier and checking, all of our equipment. And Brown had to sweet talk her because we were 2 pounds over the limit to not charge us for that.
It didn't take much.
So made an impression on the lady that,
just turned on the charm.
Boy,
a few people later on. I'm handing her everything. I got her passport. I've got a driver's license, a paper ticket.
We're off to a bad start.
My phone and everything. And she's like, first off, you need to take this old one off your bag. I still had the last time I flew the thing in my bag. And I was like, I'm sorry.
So yes, to answer the question, Lance, I am Dr. Rick.
I'm just an old guy in a new world.
I hope 200 people didn't sweet talk her into adding a couple of extra pounds. Ask Aaliyah how her flight went out of the Bahamas.
Lance, you really have to do this.
But here, listen, I understand why we do it, all right? But are we taking into account humans, how much we weigh?
Well,
right?
The thing I don't
do I get more pounds in my luggage because I lost 45 pounds?
I think they do an average by seats, and they just figure out what that average is.
But if my luggage is 10 pounds overweight and I can take something that's 10 pounds out of my luggage and put it in my backpack and carry it on, it's going on the same plane. It really doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Or LT. His was 52 pounds. Mine was 42 pounds.
That's right.
But
it should
2
average
bags
out.
is 50.
I should have said
that's 100.
I've taken 2 of Dunaway's pounds.
Yeah. So,
but there was no issue.
So the flight itself, we saw the viral video, the chick from Tampa to Atlanta.
Oh my God!
This past week,
Atlanta
went nuts. The guy was trying to eat without a mask. You guys have seen that probably.
Yes, I have.
Any interesting stuff on the flight?
FBI was waiting on her at the airport, by the way.
Did you guys have anything interesting on the flight?
No, none.
Oh no,
a very quiet flight.
It was a very quiet flight.
Dolphins pick 60 and Book on his second NFL pass. That was very interesting.
I went all the way to the back, and I set the back left corner window because no assigned seats on Southwest. So I go all the way to the very back row. I don't sit next to Brown because he sounded like death yesterday. You two were so sick. I wanted to try to avoid you. So I go all the way back corner, far back corner, and a nice couple going to their honeymoon. Weird. Coming through Dallas. I don't know where their final destination were, but they were on their way to the honeymoon.
I can't imagine the questions you asked.
Hands. What now?
I can't imagine the questions you asked.
I did not talk. I kept my earbuds in.
Well, how did you know they were going on their honeymoon?
I just saw that they got married on her phone. I read a few of her texts.
So you're looking over her shoulder. Wow.
Oh, she's sitting right next to me, and I've got my earbuds on, and we're flying. It's dark. And
you're reading her text?
She's texting right in front of me. She's in the middle seat.
Was she texting her boyfriend?
Sorry, just got married on my honeymoon. See you when I get back.
This week's going to be boring.
Same guy the rest of my life. He's over here reading some stupid book, and I'm sitting next to some old guy with his paper ticket, drinking a Diet Coke, listening to George Strait because we're going to Dallas. How cliche. All right. Part of the show being brought to you by Gutter Cap. If you'd like to get your gutters capped, there's a great guy to do it. His name is Steve Stu, and he's not cliche at all, is he, LT?
He is not. 823-2212, 45% off the retail price right now for January installs. Gutter Cap, it's a patented aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters. It will keep all that debris out. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. One of the dangerous, dirty jobs around the house is pulling the ladder out, getting on the roof. You don't want to fall, snap the neck, and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. GutterCapBirmingham.com or call 823-2212.
Send out a Cowan Equipment poll question. Have you ever, on a flight, a night flight, lights are out, have you ever glanced at someone's text on the phone beside you when they're sending a text? Yes or no? It's pretty simple. I don't think I crossed any lines. If you don't want me to see your text, guard your phone. It's like cards at a poker table. If I can see your ace and king, then that's your fault.
Yeah,
it's not my fault.
It is hard when you're in close quarters.
I mean, we're practically sitting in each other's lap.
I don't know what the protocol is, Lance.
But have you guys ever watched an uncomfortable movie on a flight? Like an episode of Game of Thrones and somebody's getting railed and you're like, oh my God.
No, I don't do it for that reason. No, I don't do it because I know everyone can see.
Yeah, but what about if you're watching a movie and you don't realize there's a scene in the movie?
I probably hit pause real quick and close and look around to see how many people were watching the movie.
Before the Dolphins game started last night, I watched 2 episodes of The Office, and one of the ones it was part of the free you get from Southwest. And one of them is one of the funniest episodes of all time. It's Prison Mike, where they've got the guy that turns out to be an ex-convict working for him. So he does a demonstration about prison. God, that is such a funny scene. Steve Carell is so funny.
Would you tell the old guy I would get free TV shows on the way home? I didn't have that. I was just listening to my George Strait coming to Big D. When we come back, we'll do 3 and Out today. LT's got a lock as well, and we've got a big slate of bowl games. Final hour of the show here. Thanks for waking up with us today early at 7. We'll do it again on Friday, but normal time on the show tomorrow. And if you want to participate in our live show today from Dallas, then listen, if you want to participate, then DM at Next Round Live on Twitter. Go give us a direct message, DM us, and we may select you and send you a link to where you can join our Cotton Bowl Road Show today, presented by all of our sponsors, immediately at the conclusion of the Auburn-Houston game. That's later today from Dallas, right here on the Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @LanceTaylor.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com. I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090. What's new at Beef O'Brady's this holiday season? A new location. Beef O'Brady's just opened a new location at Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. A great happy hour, food specials every Monday through Thursday, and great food and sports all week long. Open 7 days a week with more than 22 televisions and the Sunday Ticket. It is your place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's. Good food, good sports. How would you like to be responsible for ruining Christmas for millions of little boys and girls? If your roof isn't in good enough shape for Santa and his reindeer to land, you could mess up the entire schedule. For the sake of children all over the world, it's time to call Cardinal Roofing to have your roof inspected. Cardinal Roofing has more than 500 5-star reviews and can do most jobs in one day. And they can also finance your new roof. 205-900-ROOF, 205-900-7663. Mention you heard this on the next round and receive $100 off your next roof replacement. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing.
This hour of the next round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for LancesLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to LancesLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. LancesLock.com. Again, go online, LancesLock.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Back with you on the next round, live from Dallas after Alabama and Cincinnati both worked out at 80,000-seat AT&T Stadium, preparing for the 86th Cotton Bowl yesterday. Pads and shorts for both teams. Back at practice, both back at AT&T Stadium a little bit later on today. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Greystone Chiropractic.
Yeah, that's my man, Dr. Lee Goldenberg, Jimmy Dunaway, and he can make your 2022 better than your 2021 by making sure you're healthy. And one great way to do that is make sure your spine is properly aligned, which affects your nervous system and aligns it properly, and that affects every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. So make an appointment today with Dr. Lee Goldenberg and get 2022 started right. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090. That's GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090.
Already we've got a few votes in on you're flying at night. The passenger next to you is texting. Have you ever read their screen? 70% right now saying yes. As the votes roll in, you can go vote at Next Round Live. That is a Cowan Equipment poll question. Let's do 3 and out, though, right here. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tire. You heard Harry, friend of our show, talking about Vulcan Tire a little bit earlier in the show in one of our commercial breaks. Man, bumper to bumper, LT, it's not just tires. Great place to get new tires. But what a lot of people don't know about Vulcan Tire and Auto, they take care of the entire car or truck.
Oh, yes. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, winterizing the car, anything you need, stop into one of those 4 locations that are online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
All right, LT, you start us off here. Better NFL career of the guys who have all opted out in the last 24 hours from their bowl game in the Big Ten. Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, or Penn State's Johan Dotson.
Oh, boy. Olave and Dotson are burners. I'm going to go Garrett Wilson. His ability to run routes, he's still got really good speed, better hands. Yeah, I'll go Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson, Brownie.
So Daniel Jeremiah, Lance, if I remember, Jawan Dotson, the 2 Ohio State receivers, the 2 Alabama receivers, Drake London, those are the 6 he said could be first rounders. Did I have that right?
Oh, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I think I want to go Olave out of that group. But the reason I say that is because he included Jawan Dotson. who Dunaway also mentioned, his brother Johan.
Listen, is it really a next round show if I don't mispronounce the
Oh
last
God,
name?
no, it's not a second.
Okay.
I think I want to go with Chris Olave. I think that'll be the guy that has the best NFL career.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Garrett Wilson. I thought that was a good call by Lance. Let's do second down.
Second down.
5 bowl games today, and I'm not sure there will be an upset. But which would be a bigger upset today? UCLA beating ranked NC State, or 6-6 West Virginia beating Minnesota. If both of those were to happen, which would you consider a bigger upset today?
Well, the bigger upset is going to be considered West Virginia beating Minnesota just because the number is bigger. They're getting the most points outside of what Mississippi State's given up today. They're getting 5 points. I don't think either one would be an upset, though. NC State with Devin Leary at quarterback, their defense, they swarm. I don't think that's going to be an upset at all.
We've got some good games today.
Yeah, it's a pretty good bowl day.
Yeah, it's a pretty good bowl day. It really feels like bowl season is almost starting today with 5 really good matchups. NC State team is really, really good. What a good way to end the year for UCLA if they pulled that win off tonight in the Holiday Bowl.
Well, it's hard to. Well, I shouldn't say it's hard to believe. NC State is going for double-digit wins, only the second time in the history of their program. They've only done
that guy's a pretty good coach, isn't he?
Yeah, Dave Duran is. They've only done it one other time, and you guys probably can guess when that was.
Back with Russell Wilson.
No.
When was Phillip Rivers?
2002, Phillip Rivers. And you remember the coach?
Wow. Chuck Amato, right?
Chuck Amato wore his yellow Oakleys.
Yeah, his bad blades.
Yep.
Yeah, Dave Doran was close to the Ole Miss job at one point, maybe the Tennessee job, and it always seemed like a boring hire, but the guy, he's a consistent football coach.
Yeah, well, don't go too far. Let's do third down here because this is part of the next question.
Third down.
Of all the coaches today, 10 coaches coaching, who has done the better job this year, considering their circumstances, not necessarily who's ranked the highest, who's got the most wins, considering their circumstances, who has done the better job this year? LT, you first.
Oh, I'll go Dana Holgorsen just because
That's who I was going to say.
Where they are. They
Yep.
played for their conference championship. It's an 11-win team. That's a really, really good team. He's done a great job with his quarterback in Clayton Tune, so I would have to go Holgorsen.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I thought somebody would go Dave Doran. And again, I'm going to give Chip Kelly some credit of getting UCLA up off the mat. It's been a while since they've had a year like this, and I know he's been doing it a while there, and it's time to get results. But, I was starting to wonder if Chip Kelly was going to ever get results at UCLA.
Yeah, but I'll go back, Lance, to what you said about Holgorsen. When the whole De'Ara King thing went down, it felt like that was not going to work for him at Houston. That kind of felt like he had just lost control of that whole situation, and he's turned it around. You got to give him credit for that.
Yeah, I think they were 1-3, and everybody started to opt out. And the other guy that I would give a lot of credit to is Troy Calhoun at Air Force. That's an Air Force team that's 9-3, and their 3 losses by a combined 17 points.
Yeah, really close, and they split the Commander-in-Chief's trophy, which means it stays with Army as they all beat up on each other this year. Let's do fourth down.
Fourth down.
Which coach that's coaching today of the, 9, we have an interim coach, who did the worst job, who disappointed the most, who didn't meet expectations? I'll give you an example. At Minnesota, I thought Minnesota was going to have a better year than they had, but I've been waiting on Neil Brown at West Virginia to get over the hump. And it felt like I think it's one of those two in that final game tonight on ESPN.
Yeah, but it could also be Scott Satterfield. You've got an experienced quarterback in Malik Cunningham who put up 34 touchdowns this year. And I would have thought in year 3, Satterfield would have Louisville a little more dialed in. I mean, again, when Pittsburgh is winning your conference, why is Louisville in year 3 under Satterfield not winning a conference?
I would venture to say some Auburn fans, with the way it ended in November, Brian Harsin went from a really impressive year to a disappointing landing.
I don't think State fans thought that they would be playing in the Liberty Bowl, So
you think they're disappointed?
Well, I think a little bit. Especially when you see Ole Miss go 10-2, right? Your cross-state rival goes 10-2. They're playing in the Sugar Bowl, and everybody was comparing, the Leach and Kiffin. That's going to be a great battle between these two, in their times at the two schools. And right now, Ole Miss looks like they're winning that battle.
Yeah. Interesting. That's 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, anything you need for that car bumper to bumper, if you need to get it winterized, make sure you stop in, see the professionals, locally owned and operated, 4 locations and online, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
Do you have a lock in any of these games?
Tough one last night. Tough one.
It was a tough one. It was terrible. You know, I just relied on the fact that it seems like whoever starts for Sean Payton at quarterback, they find ways to win those games, going back to Bridgewater and Taysom Hill. And I just thought Ian Book would make better decisions. He made some awful decisions last night. A guy that was 30-5 as a starting quarterback, and I know it's totally different at Notre Dame to where he is now. But I thought the Saints defense would wreak havoc last night, so I was totally off on that. But, yeah, we've got a lock tonight. It is the late game 8:15 kick. ESPN, West Virginia taking on Minnesota. Did you guys realize Neil Brown's never lost a bowl game?
I did not realize that.
Wow.
Yeah, this Minnesota defense is really good. They've got an experienced quarterback with Tanner Morgan. The Golden Gophers didn't allow any of their past 6 opponents to gain more than 300 yards. I don't think West Virginia is going to blow it up offensively. I think it'll be kind of a yucky, low-scoring game, but I like West Virginia. Letty Brown will be the difference in this game. I'll take West Virginia +5 is your lock tonight.
And that lock is always brought to you by Jeremy Purvis and his companies, all under the IronMountainWorld.com umbrella. You can check out whether you need a plumbing need or construction assistant right there at IronMountainWorld.com. Iron Mountain Construction, committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility. They can help you with specialized industrial services and support, which includes plumbers and pipe fitters and millwrights and iron workers and laborers and operators. Call the office and talk to Jeremy, 205-781-1170. If you need help with daily maintenance, new projects, downturns, and a lot more, that's 205-781-1170. Get more details or find out about Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing as well for your residential or commercial plumbing needs, all at IronMountainWorld.com. IronMountainWorld.com. Just drain it. 2 more segments to go before Auburn kicks off. When we come back live to Dallas in the Cotton Bowl, you'll hear more from the folks who will play in the semifinal game. Cincinnati and Alabama, 2:30 on Friday. Back to the post sound from yesterday's practice next on the Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
The next round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's world-famous chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on the next round.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Life never stops moving. Between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety you expect, you can lose track of the miles and focus on what really matters, the memories made along the way. Stop in today. Vehicle safety you can depend on. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Alabama audio from yesterday's pre-practice news conference from the Cotton Bowl being brought to you today by our friends at Wayne's. They'll also bring you our specialty shows every night from here in Dallas on the road with the Next Round. And beginning right now, Wayne's Pest Control has introduced the new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 monitoring of rodents and other pests inside your house. Smart Pest monitors are proactively communicating to prevent infestations in your house. This is going to save you a ton of money. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today, and you can get it from Wayne's, our exclusive provider of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, lawn care services, and now Smart Pest services. Call 866-WAYNES-1 to get more details or go online to the Wayne's website, 866-WAYNES-1. Mention the offer code TNR, the Next Round, TNR, and you'll receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES-1. Will Anderson yesterday, big debate here in town. Cincinnati, they want to be the underdogs. They're the number 4 team. They're a group of 5 team, first one ever to make the playoffs. They want to be the underdogs. Will Henderson's not letting them. Will Henderson says, dadgummit, we're the underdogs. Here's Will.
To me, I still feel like we're the underdog in this game. I mean, you know, all year we have been disrespected. I'm pretty sure we're still probably getting disrespected out there. But right now, we're not really worried about the external factors right now. We just have to worry about what's going on inside the facility and the practice field and all the meetings and stuff like that. And I think that's our biggest concern right now, making sure that we're ready and prepared for this game.
Any way I can sell you on Alabama being the underdog, LT?
No, I'm not going to say it to Will Anderson's face, but come on. Come on, big man.
He can be whatever he wants.
Look, you've won 26 of 27 games. You're defending national champions. You're the number 1 seed. You're a 2-touchdown favorite. This is the first ever Group 5 to sneak their way into a college football playoff. Not even close. Just relish the role you're in right now. Hey, look, we know we're the favorite. We're a brand. There's a reason we're here. We got to take care of business. And then who knows? Maybe in this next round, Georgia will be a slight favorite, and you can play that role again.
I know what Will Anderson's doing, that worked so well in the last game, right? Let's keep it going. I saw how it worked in the locker room. Let's keep it going.
I don't want to be the pirate. You be the pirate.
It's going to be hard to sell at this go around.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I understand what he's doing mentality-wise. And the Alabama players seem to have a good mindset when it comes to trying to be the underdogs, or at least playing with an edge, but also dealing with being back into the bubble that they were in 2020. Will Anderson had a chance to talk about leadership inside the bubble as well.
You know, as a leadership group, we came together and we just had to tell the team, like, we know what's at stake. It's either win or go home. And, you know, we don't want to go home. We want to win. And I think the biggest thing was just, it was like a medical call. You know, I think everybody just needs to be locked in on what's going on right now. And the main focus is winning this game and being all in. Nobody needs to be distracted, going out, running the streets, anything like that. And I think when you have a group of guys like that on leadership, that, you know, we all can come to the same thing. Nobody was being selfish. You know, everybody had a mutual understanding of, like, we know what's going on. It was really good. And, you know, with the team, you know, most guys would be like, complaining and stuff like that. The team has responded very well. It hasn't been any complaining, no negativity. Nobody's been a cancer. Everybody responded the right way, and practice has been great. And I think that's what it's all about.
Yeah, and to me, that's the key here: the ability to handle all of this again and do it with a smile on your face. What's at stake? And they seemed. You talked to Slade Bolden last night about that. How do you think they're handling it?
I mean, I think this team's uniquely qualified to handle this. They are here all the time. I mean, Slade Bolden basically said it in that interview last night. I've never really known anything different as an Alabama player. You come play at Alabama, you go to play in the college football playoff, basically. I mean, this is what you expect.
Yeah, I mean, three of these teams aren't used to it, Dunaway. I mean, Alabama was there last year. I mean, this is so new to even Georgia. I mean, for Georgia, it's been 4 years. None of these guys were on the roster.
That's right. It's a great point. We'll see if it plays a factor in the game on Friday. Our final thoughts on this live show when we come back in our final segment of the day. And we'll talk about Auburn and Houston a little bit before they kick off at the top of the hour. Don't forget, we're back to our normal time tomorrow, 9 to 1. 9 to 1 tomorrow, 9 to 1 Thursday. And Slade Bolden joins us every day in that special video that he and Brown has that is right now at YouTube. It's also on Twitter. We'll keep sending it out for you so you can watch it right there on our social media platforms of the Next Round.
Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident and ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com. Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
Mortgage Right brings us this final segment. Lunsford, you and Forrester sent out a picture of Jeff. You sent in a picture of him wearing a Next Round t-shirt up at the Quick Lane Bowl yesterday in Detroit.
Wow. Yeah, wearing an Auburn shirt, but up there, not at the Birmingham Bowl.
That's pretty impressive.
That's
I wonder what bet he had to pay off going to that game.
I didn't watch the end of it. Dunaway hold on and lose his stake, LT.
They lost by 28, Brown.
Okay, that was tight.
6.5 doesn't get you there. I have not seen that version of the shirt a lot. That may be
that's a good looking
one
version.
of our more what now?
It says good looking version.
That's what I was going to say. That's a good looking shirt. The orange and blue Next Round logo inside the state of Alabama. That's a good looking shirt. I had not seen that a lot. Remember, Next Round store is open. Nextround.store, nextround.store. And if you're an Auburn fan, or just like orange and blue, if you're a Boise State fan or any orange and blue, there you go. That's a good looking shirt right there. Mortgage Right bringing us our final thoughts today, LT.
Hey, the holidays are here. You might be wondering how you can make some extra money. Well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a solution. They can help turn equity into cash in your pocket with a cash out refinance. Reach out today for that free home health check. See if a cash out refinance is right for you. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
You know, I'm interested, LT. I asked this to Roman, and I'd love you and Brown in our final thoughts to tell me, is there a team that you think Cincinnati reminds you of that Alabama has played? And maybe not just this year, maybe last year too. Is there a team that this team reminds you of?
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, Matt Corral is what Roman says the closest one. He really said no, Corral, because of what he could do at quarterback compared to Desmond Ritter. And to me, you have to go back, and if Derek King was healthy, you could say Miami back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, this has been, Lance, an inconsistent team lately, though. They've had their struggles on offense. They kind of limped into that conference championship game. Not that Alabama hasn't. I mean, to be fair, Alabama, they struggled against LSU and they struggled against Auburn.
You say that, Brown, and look, and they did. They had their struggles, against Navy, and they had their struggles against Tulsa. But, against South Florida, bad team, they blew them out. SMU, pretty good team, completely crushed them. East Carolina should have been closer than the 22. But, then pretty much dominated a Houston team that's really, really good.
Yeah. So it was up and down. I mean, again, it's a little bit like Alabama, right, Lance? I mean, Alabama struggled badly against LSU. They were fantastic against Arkansas, struggled against Auburn, fantastic against Georgia.
Yeah, my three biggest takeaways, at least the impressive performances, what they did, to end the season against Houston. Say what you want about SMU, but SMU, coming into that game was an 8-2 team, and they held Tanner Mordecai to 66 passing yards. That's how good that pass defense is. And then to be up 17 at half on the road in South Bend, I'm telling you, this is a good Cincinnati team.
Yeah, that Notre Dame game was never really close, and Cincinnati got them from the get-go. SMU, whether they win the game or not, just limiting them scoring points. I mean, I expected them to win the game, but I expected it to be more like 48-35, not 48-14. So great point by you there to wrap up the show. Auburn and Houston coming up from Protective Stadium, sold out in Birmingham today. Should be a great scene. We're back immediately at the conclusion of that to do our post show today. So about 3 hours from now, back here on all the live feed video streams, and we'll react to Auburn and Houston 3 hours from now. Come join us then. Thanks to all our great sponsors from Dallas and everybody back in Birmingham. I'm Jim Dunaway with Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, who's off this week, Lunsford and Forrester. Thanks for being part of the next round on the road to the national championship. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.